on just chatting. I was just jumping from channel to channel, watching a couple minutes. Clicked on this one stream, and she was streaming, and she had like an open window behind her. I'm like, fuck me, I could see my house. I'm not gonna say who it was, 'cause I'll like indirectly dox myself, but anyway, so I've got to remind myself, yes, Roadtorch, which world it was. I'm really bad at remembering the names of the worlds, and I've been generating so many off stream as well that it's like confusing as fuck. So, we are diving back into Roadtorch. This was a fortress that we started yesterday, which is focused kind of on machinery, and we're going to be pumping lava. I want to either make basic minecart cannons or alternatively water cannon. I think we're going to do a water cannon first because water pressure is fun. So I think we're going to make a drowning tunnel and see if we can aggravate either elves or goblins, maybe both. Be fun. There was a streamer that had a cam or their window. Some guy drove 2 states over just to show on the street cam. Don't allow people to do that. That's creepy as shit, dude. Like, don't let people do that. That's gross. Also, like, at the same time, wait, hold on. This wasn't, you're not talking about Soda Poppin', were you? Because Soda Poppin' once was streaming, and another streamer walked to the window and what? Behind him. But that was kind of different. Much smaller. Okay, then that is really creepy. I saw tweets about that where he's just like, you know, I didn't think you guys would do it, and then just like points at the number and it's like they did it. Yeah, no, that shit's creepy. I mean, I'm never gonna show you guys directly where I live. I like my void. A nice void. Maybe I'll do that when I move away from this apartment. I'll be like, this is where I lived! Bang! I've moved, by the way. Bye! But, you know. I live in the void between worlds, yes. Hobo knows where I live, though. I do like the idea of living in somebody's walls, though. Vancouver Island? I mean, I don't live on Vancouver Island. That was pre-Void, though. That was bookshelf era. Hobo. All right. Welcome back to the fortress. So just as a brief recap, we have a Baroness. I think it's Baroness. We have a Baron. Who's named Red Mist, which is a reminder to them that if they misbehave, they will become Red Mist. So we still have to bank them a dining room and a tomb, which is kind of the next jobs. You live in a hole in a mountain? Yeah, definitely. Don't avoid it. Don't avoid the void. I would never avoid the void. All right, so if we just kind of scan around, look around, this is our entrance, which is kind of pathetic. We can improve that. How do I not have any sad dwarves? Give them what they want. Hoser! Someone must be Canadian. Thanks for the Prime sub. How do you not have sad dwarves? Well, don't leave bodies lying around and do your best to keep them happy. One of the things we're going to be doing today, though, because we just have this lovely little creek here, which we are draining through this little river over on the side, I want to make a mist generator, which won't be too difficult. So we're going to make a very simple pump stack, and we're going to make a mist generator, which is going to distribute liquids down through this fort and then down through drains back out into this creek. So we're going to do our best to set that up, and fortunately I do have ways of completely shutting down the streams. Pro tip, and just a reference for anybody who's been playing this game for a while, discovered recently, raised drawbridges no longer entirely block the flow of water. Okay? They don't. They leak. So you can still use them, but they leak. Like, they dribbles around the edges. Unless, like, I'm completely wrong. But looking at a bunch of screenshots from Reddit, it looks like they still leak. Or it looks like they leak. So be wary. We need more work with that. Got to make a moat behind the bridge. I think the way the like pro strat now is going to be like floodgate drawbridge. Floodgate drawbridge. But like you can still block water with them. Like it's not going to flood your fort, but there will be mud everywhere around it. Like it'll dribble. It'll be like you know the story of the little child who puts his finger in the dike? It's like that. There's like just a dribble. Just we need kids to stick their finger in it and it'll be fine. Why the drawbridge after the floodgate? Drawbridges can't be toppled by trolls. Floodgates can't be toppled by trolls. I mean, it's a story. It's not true. It's a story. It's a wives' tale. That's why it's a story. If you don't know what a dike is, then you don't live near places that are below sea level. There's many jokes in this. So you put you drawbridge a child and a floodgate. Yes, drawbridge child and a floodgate. Anyway, so drawbridges leak, so be careful with that. No, the Dutch just are at war with the ocean. Same with parts of Vancouver, like most of Richmond here is underwater, or would be underwater if the ocean rose. So, we irrigated this with a single pump. So we built a pump, irrigated our farming area where we are growing plump helmets, which we currently are out of seeds because we haven't brewed any. We do need to brew more, and we've got dimple cups as well as pigtails. Apparently, ads are about to start, so that's suboptimal. But we're going to make more rock pots, I guess, because I was going to queue up rock pots, and we didn't do that, I don't think. Did we? No, we didn't. All right, let's queue up rock pots. I mean, first order beeswax is getting rock pots up and running. No, D-I-K-E, not D-Y-K-E. D-I. D-I. Very different things. How do you get more plum seeds? I actually don't know. I've never really tried messing around with plums, I'll be honest. I generally just cook the seeds. It's also advanced. Ask basic questions, and I'll give you basic answers. Ask a complicated question, and I will give you complicated answers. Rock pot. Oh, also, another thing that's been discovered recently, for those of you who do like trading with elves, keep in mind, elves have this problem now where they don't like trading for animal products, so there goes all meats, there goes all bones, and there goes all leathers, and there goes all everything else, and I don't know why I didn't just type that number in instead of giving myself carpal tunnel, but this is the world I live in. So we have this, this layer down here is going to be the primary layer for everything. I think I'm just going to try and keep everything on this layer because I like this layer a lot. There is an aquifer one layer down and also over in this corner, so we kind of need to be careful about that. It is a partial aquifer, so when we start running into it, we'll deal with that when we get to it. We have this little minecart rail, which is powered by this one wheel here, which is firing rocks out of this stockpile right here and up. Well, I missed it, and up to up here, which is dumping limestone for my masonry shops and my craftsdwarf shops. It's very efficient. Quite happy with it. It's working quite well. So, and then the minecart is just made out of wood, so it's very light. So the dwarves just run up, grab it, and run it back down to the bottom, and then they fill it again. I wish I could follow the minecart. Need this item sheet. I don't think I can, which is kind of frustrating. V-Boy! That makes me think of Voy Boy, but V-Boy Chaos, thank you very much for that for that brand new subscription. Cheers. You lost your first longer running fort today in this version, obviously. Not before Steam version. Good old werecat infected. Gotcha. Soldiers in the hospital, and then they all became werecats and killed everyone. Yep. Naturally. Glorious. It happens. What do elves eat? They eat berries. I mean, see here, they eat vegetables. They're vegan to an extreme degree. We also have all of this lovely hematite, which is an ore of iron, which we will be using. Aquifers is like it's the water table. It's you know, in real life when you dig down to make a well, it's that. It's getting through that layer. Also, I love you guys, chat, but I want to be able to respond to questions, so I'm turning on slow mode. Just 10 seconds, because things are moving. Are just pigeons? They don't like shiny. Wait, I mean, I would say goblins are pigeons. Oh, no, kobolds are pigeons. They like shiny. They go steal shiny, and then they don't know what to do with it, so they leave it in the floor, and then they go steal more shiny. Try haunted biome. What could go wrong, man? Losing is fun, you know, as they say. So I need to make stuff for my noble, and since most everything else, yes, since most everything else is in a decent spot right now, we need a dining room and a tomb. We are going to quickly whip up a tomb, or a coffin, shall we say? So before you guys all start coughing, we're gonna make a couple coffins. We don't need that many right now. Let's just make 10. That is fine, and we're going to dig this out here. As for the tomb layer, I don't know where I'm going to put them. Maybe down here, maybe one layer down. Let's do 2 layers down from here. So we're going to make ourselves a little catacombs layer. We'll just make a couple of general tombs for dwarves, which we will just get built and mass assign them. That is off by 1, and it won't annoy me, but chat will annoy me. So I don't want chat annoying me, because that would be bad. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna make a bigger tomb for our noble here, who got appointed not because we have a lot of dwarves, not because we deserve it, but because their relative died and they appointed the role. So they're actually not a noble for this fort. Technically, they are a permanent resident noble from another area of our faction, which is kind of cool, and I'm totally fine with this, but it does mean that we need to give them their wishes and demands. So we are going to give them what they need, which is a fancy tomb. Is quantum stockpile cheating? No. I don't consider them glitches. Like, they are a acknowledged mechanic. Is this what the new look is with Dwarf Fortress on Steam? It looks pretty. Yep, this is Dwarf Fortress. This is premium Dwarf Fortress. You can go buy this for $30 or your regional equivalent. It's like $45 in Canada. It's kind of pricey, but well, I say $45 after taxes. It's close to that. It's about I think it's $40. It's like $38.99, but after taxes, it's close to $45, which is fine. Totally fair price as far as I'm concerned. Don't for population. So if you really want to control it, go into your settings, go to games, scroll down, and you can set a hard population cap. You can go baby child cap, so the limit of kids that you can have in your fort, and you can set strict population cap. So if you're just like, I don't want more than 20 dwarves, you can set it to 20. I don't want more than 3 dwarves. You can set it to 3. You'll still embark with 7, but you won't get any more. You could say, I don't want more than 50 dwarves. You can just set it to the number that you want. But if you mechanically want a slower flow of dwarves, trade less value to your caravans. And it's underpriced. Poland is getting utterly fucked with the price of this game right now. It's like 30... It's like the most expensive region. I feel so bad for them. I think the most kids I've ever had in a fort at once was like 80 or something. I've never had 100 kids. I feel so bad for people in Poland who want to buy this game. It's the worst. It's like them in Brazil are getting screwed real badly on this. Well, here's the thing. Like, if rumors of your wealth spreads, then you will get more people. Yeah, no, I'm with you. I mean, like, Canada doesn't have it. It's not the most expensive, but like, it's also not cheap, right? It's still cheaper than RimWorld by a lot. The most recent RimWorld DLC is almost as expensive as this game, which is like, it's like, you know, a surprise blinking face, Drew Scanlon just going, what? That. RimWorld is expensive. Also, your currency is shit for the last 4 years. So yeah, I mean, feel bad for you guys. All the RimWorld DLC put together, the game is like over $100 or something. It's like $140. Still cheaper than like the big fancy full edition of Call of Duty for all of RimWorld. Also, you know, I mean, it's a good game. It's worth that amount of money, but yeah, in Canada, RimWorld's $45, and Dwarf Fortress comes to just under 40. It's like $42.50 or something after taxes. In certain regions. Yeah. I mean, actually, if you want to go look at how much it costs in the regional equivalents, go to Steam database and just look at the first page for Dwarf Fortress. So steamdb.info, and this'll tell you like what the most expensive regions are. I mean, like the Swiss are getting screwed, but I mean, apparently they all have money, so it's like 26% more expensive than the US dollar. Yeah, and I have no idea what that equivalent is, Phil. Because that currency is fake. Also, hey, Dwarf Fortress at its all-time player peak right now. What's up? Yep. 24,000, actually. 24. We're currently at the most ever players that Dwarf Fortress has ever had, which is phenomenal. Digging out tombs. Working our way down. Stalker 2 is 60 euros, 89.99. Here. I'm not going to pre-order that game until that game. I'm not going to pre-order that game because I think that's ludicrous, but I will, I would like to play Stalker 2. I fear that it's going to be difficult for Stalker 2 to be better than Stalker Anomaly is, which is like not a fair contest, mind you, but Stalker Anomaly is completely free. No pre-orders after Cyberpunk Disaster. You know, I'll be honest with you. I stopped pre-ordering video games when Total Biscuit just told me to stop pre-ordering video games. And you know what? Let's stick to it. Let's plop in a door and a coffin. We're going to make this into a tomb. Yeah, but the story quests are the weakest part of Stalker. Do I even have statues? No, I don't. I could make some statues. Damn right, shiny links. Let's make a couple statues. A rock statue. Let's do, because I have plenty, let's do 40 rock statues. I'm not going to be picky about the material, but I do want to be picky about the image. We're going to add an existing image, and we're going to use our group symbol, which we designed ourselves, chat. This is a very important symbol. This is the symbol of our glorious fortress, the Fortress of Roadtorch, or the group that runs the Fortress of Roadtorch. This is an artwork of a well-designed image of a minecart, a dwarf, a goblin, and a blazing sun. The goblin is being flayed by the minecart. The dwarf is laughing. The minecart is traveling. The goblin is being smeared out into a spiral. The goblin looks confused. The blazing sun is burning. The minecart is burning, and the image is the symbol of the safe gate. A local dwarven government. A very well-designed, glorious image designed by us. By that, I mean me and chat for this fortress itself. You came here from YouTube? Well, welcome. Will I do a fortress on moats and channeling in the future? I kind of did in that tutorial Let's Play that I've been doing, but I can do a focused one. Yeah, if you want. Why not? I was gonna do floodgates, so I can do floodgates and then moats. All right, so. The Cloister of Fierceness. This image goes hard. Feel free to screenshot. Feel free to fan art. If you feel that you can draw that image, draw it. Tweet it at me. Send it to me on Mastodon. At BlindIRL or at BlindIRL@mast.to. All right, we are going to do that, all the way down to there. Or just post on my Discord, that's easier. And boom. And then you are going to be assigned to Coulette, Red Mist, the Baroness of Glaze Growth. Blind in real life. I don't see very well. This eye doesn't work at all, and this eye only works about 20% of what your average person sees. It's a username that I've just had for over a decade, and it just kind of stuck, you know? It's like anybody. You know, you often choose a username early on, and then it just kind of never goes away. So I'm going to throw this over here, and we are going to queue up 2 tombs real quick in a multi-tomb. Set those up. Just get those good to go. There's a duck. With all the small text, pause and read carefully. Also, low resolution monitor that's very large. I have a 30-inch monitor in front of me, and it's running at 1920 by 1080. I've always missed the I in there. That's why it's lowercase, so people don't miss it, but people still miss it. Is it normal to have agitated animals constantly spawn? You would kill them and more would constantly spawn? That's Untamed Wilds. Get out of Untamed Wilds. But no, I mean, that's one of the reasons I've gravitated towards Dwarf Fortress is because it's a game that has always been way more visually clear than a lot of other modern games. Which I know sounds redundant if you're not used to playing this type of game, but as somebody who's used to playing this type of game, it makes it very, very easy. All right, so we need to cut out more stuff up here so we have more stones to deal with. So we're going to go over here, and this is going to be our lovely resident barons' dining hall, because that's their office, so this will be their dining hall. And also we are going to place a row of windows along here. And Vengeful J, thanks for that Prime subscription. Enjoy the ad-free viewing and the Dwarfy emotes. By the way, yesterday we unlocked a new emote slot the day before yesterday we unlocked a new... In the last 2 days we unlocked a new emote slot because you guys are ludicrously kind. And the artist, my artist who draws my emotes, is working on a lick emote themed after the amphibian man that liked to live in the caverns. Because who doesn't want a psychedelic frog emote? I mean, come on. Look at this laddie. I think Crypt D will be very upset when he gets licked by this. So that's on its way. That's in the works. Hey, Mandelf. Good to see you. And Fuzziest Bear, thanks for the Prime. And Flat Bean as well. Cheers. So yeah, pre-subscribe now for Amphibian Man emote. It's cute, yeah. My personal favorite of the Dwarf Fortress themed emotes that I have is it's just pretty good. It's my response to most people on the internet generally. So once we get this Baron fully happied up, uh-oh, we're out of drank. That's a problem. Let's cue that up on repeat. Once we get this, pilot. You shall be afraid of the link. Thanks for the $1. And Sir Duckington, thanks for checking out a gift. Once we get this noble fully satisfied, we are going to be... what's the word I'm looking for here? Working on getting a fountain running up above this tavern, and also prettying up this tavern. I just kind of want to pretty up the tavern in general. The tavern's it's a little plain looking, if you ask me. You're new and you can't figure out how to place coffins in your tomb. You build the coffin, and building a tomb, right? You dig out a room, you place the coffin in the middle of it, you put a door on it, and then you make it into a tomb using the zone tool. You like the look of the windows? I mean, the gem windows look nice, yeah. I wonder what the multi-gem windows look like. I haven't seen any of those yet. Might do those. Gloves, thanks for the $2. What do you think about using Dwarf Fortress descriptions as mid-journey and stable diffusion prompts to generate images near the descriptions? I have mixed feelings about AI art generation in general, but I mean, I've seen some results that people have done, and they're pretty cool looking, so... I mean, my main concern is just, like, You know, everybody was real pissed off about like power usage in NFTs not too long. Stable diffusion isn't much better. It's like people are wasting a fuckload of electricity to generate often copyright infringing images. So like I have mixed feelings about it in general. I mean, the results are cool. But yeah, coffins are under furniture. Yeah, sorry. So I think we're gonna, because we're running low on green jades. If I do 2 pink rock crystal, that's gonna be our pattern. 2 pink, 1 rock crystal. Pink, pink, rock. Pink, pink, rock. Pink, rock. Pink, pink, rock. Pink, pink, rock. And pink, pink, rock. So here's the thing, right? There was a question. So for those of you who are newer to my streams and my videos, every couple of months, Zach and Tarn join me and we talk about Dwarf Fortress, and those are going to keep going post-release as well. There was a question about that not too long ago where we asked them about like, ooh, you're telling a story, I think? Curious about this. Anyway, there was a question that came up that was like, would you consider adding AI art generation? And their flat answer was no. And the reason for that is they want Dwarf Fortress to be a boutique-y, everything is handcrafted experience, not a... And not the alternative of half of this is just made by a computer scrambling shit together. This is all in-game music, yeah. This is the soundtrack. Soundtrack's phenomenal. It's for sale on Bandcamp, and also it's up on iTunes, and it's on Spotify and all that stuff. Okay, so here's the thing that I want. There's a song on the soundtrack called Drinkin' Industry. I want Windrose to cover it because they did a cover of Diggy Diggy Hole. I think we need to all like go after... they're on Nuclear Blast, right? I can't remember what record label they're on. We need to go after whatever metal label it is that has Windrose and be like, make an actual dwarf song or no balls. Isn't that how the map is generated? There's a difference between are they on Napalm? Okay, it's either Napalm or Nuclear Blast. I can never remember. There's a difference between proc gen map generation and AI art stable diffusion. I'm not a programmer, so I can't tell you the difference verbally, but not the same thing. I don't. As far as I'm concerned, Nuclear Blast and Napalm Records are the same label. And I always confuse the two. But so you're reciting poetry. So what I can do is I can hit units list, and I can go to this dwarf who's reciting poetry. A few of them. My Friend Verses is an example of the spry youth. The work has no particular subject, and the writing overflows with sadness, yet it is forceful. Overall, the poetry is passable. At least it's not absolutely terrible. Chat room, thank you again for the very kind hype train. Thank you, people who have the verbiage to explain the difference between stable diffusion and proc gen. But four gift subs or 4 subscriptions and $3 in bits. Appreciate you guys. The spry youth is a rabbled or a ribald poetic form concerning immortality, originating in the unswerving disloyalty. The rules of the form are implied by dropping a coin on your desk. The rules of the form are applied by poets to produce individual poems which can be recited. I dropped the loony. I should put this away so I stop fiddling with it. All right, Hedgehog. This is the prime. Yeah, we do. That sounds like a necromancer's poem. So we are making more gem windows. We are also going to, because this is going to be a dining room for our Baron, we are going to place a table and another table and another table and another table and another table. And then we are going, because I like giving them like long tables. I don't know if anybody's seen the Mr. and Mrs. Smith, I think, remake with like Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie. But they have like this really long table with like candles in the middle and they just glare at each other. That's how I imagine all like barren forts are. What's the difference between a chair and a throne? Material. Thrones are made of metal or stone, and a chair is made of wood. Makes you think it's an Italian restaurant? I was going to Christmas, but I mean, like, you know, you do you. Well, you can make metal thrones, too. Eventually, someone is going to get art commissioned purely to use AI training data, and that's when AI-generated art is going to get interesting. You can give AI art a distinct style. I don't think it's worth the processing power, is my take on AI. Unless they can figure out some way of making it use less electricity, I think it's just kind of a first world waste. But just like trying to catch up on chat here. Say they're essentially the same thing? Sure, but the outcome and the format of processing is completely different. Hooded gaming. Red and white checkered tablecloth. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. All right, well, anyway, we got our gem windows. They canceled this one. Yes, they did. Drop the gems on the ground. They're an easy way to see a list of your fortress's guilds. Isn't that the locations menu? Pretty sure the locations menu has that. Which is places, locations. Ah, there you go. Locations. What's the best use of platinum? Well, you can't natively make it into weapons. Trade goods, jewelry, have some around and hope somebody makes an artifact hammer. Platinum is one of those weird materials where it's like gold. It can't be made into weapons natively. You can stud it on things to increase value. You can make it into crafts. You can make them into, I like rings and necklaces, stuff like that. Dwarves do like to acquire riches and wealth and fancy accoutrements and bling. They like to pretend that they are a SoundCloud rapper. So you could make lots of nice amulets and make your dwarves look like SoundCloud rappers. You've watched your VODs and tutorials on YouTube for the last week besides episode 1. You haven't found any further information in terms of farming. I just put up a farming video this morning. Just did. To me, farming is such a basic thing. Like, I don't even think about it. So, like, it took me a couple days to be like, oh, people actually want a farming video. All right. But yeah, I just put up a farming specific short video this morning. I'm going to do one this evening on pigtails, which is going to be almost identical to it. How does one dwarf wear amulets? So amulets were added to the game before the game had necks. So to my knowledge, dwarves wear amulets on their head. I think they still technically wear them on their heads. That might have changed in this version. But because, like, they have no ability to put things around their necks. Happy to help, Sean. How to protect artifacts from thief? Put it on a pedestal and put a dog next to it, and then fucking stab the thief to death. Or put it on a pedestal and put it in your barracks. That's a way to do it. Dwarves have no neck? Humans do, because I've seen resurrected necks. Do dwarves have knees now? I don't know. I mean, that stuff's kind of hard to find out unless you're playing adventure mode. All right, so you, furniture, statue, doop. Turkey necks exist. All right, let's just use same material. Keep building after placement. What, like tell a specific dwarf to equip a specific item? Not really. Dwarves Why are you green? His quite dense hair that's extremely long. His emerald eyes are narrow. His somewhat narrow, flattened ears are short. His head is somewhat narrow, and his eyes are short. His hair is white, and his skin is a crew. Okay. Like, what do you think, chat? Flashbang incoming. A crew? Eh. Maybe? I don't know. Too green. Too green. Too green. Mr. Legendary Bookbinder. 133 claims. See how many groups you've been part of. Kind of a lot of groups that you've been a former member of. The Sack of Defending. Former member of a religion. The Hideous Faith. Secret Zombie. I think Disguised Vampire, actually. 2 goblins on a trench coat. I think Vampire. So, you know, we have this noble, right? Red Mist. I think that we're going to put Red Mist to use. By the way, we went from 30 dwarves to 54 in a second, which is why we suddenly had this dwarf pop in. Ads are about to run, so a bunch of you guys are going to get stuck in those. If you want ways to get around ads, there's a script that sometimes works on the Discord pinned in the general room. We're going to make our Baroness into a sheriff. And the reason we're going to use the Baroness is because the Baroness is going to have all the rooms assigned already. It's going to make my life easier. And also gives them a job, so... Have a lot of novice skills as well as a legendary skill. It depends on what their life is like. But we can check. I'm just going to interrogate him as soon as a crime happens, so... Unless I can do it earlier. But we are going to make that. And then I need to make prison cells. And we also are going to need to make more bedrooms because we now have 54 dwarves. So what I think we're going to do is I'm going to make prison cells. I'm thinking kind of the end of the... Well, actually, where's that Aquifer start? Aquifer is down there, I think. So let's make a bunch of prison cells, I think. Although I'm going to need cloth to do... I mean, I could just make 2? I think I bought more ropes, but I think I used a bunch of them. All right. Well, anyway, still need to assign this room to the to this dwarf, so we'll do that. That dwarf is sus, though, chat. So do me a favor and keep an eye on this dwarf. If you see him eating anybody, let me know. Yeah. We're going to make the. Actually, no, we're not going to make this into that. We're going to cancel this. We're going to make this into a dining hall because that's the right button that I need to hit. You go there. And you get assigned our Baroness, who's completely satisfied. They have everything they need. Definitely an imposter among us, yes. I'm going to be honest, I actually don't like how easy it is to spot vampires. Because, like, if I can just, like, look at a crowd and be like, you're a vampire! That's not a good vampire. I want vampires to be completely... I want them to be harder to spot. Can you get prisoners from raiding? If you catch them in cage traps, but there's no way to recruit them or anything. So I usually either just release them or throw them into a volcano. Or you could like put them into cages and make them fight things in the caverns or something. Or fight other people that attack you or whatever. You can do whatever you want, really. But you just can't recruit them or anything because dwarves don't believe in slavery, which is for the best, frankly. We are going to make more bedrooms. So let's queue up a bunch of bedrooms. Why am I making that so large? Why did I click the wrong erase button? I'm still not fully used to the like way the erasing system works in this game now, but whatever. I'll get by. And I will not promote that and will not acknowledge that and will not endorse that. Stretch buddy. And that's all I will say on that subject. And if you promote that, I will not be pleased with you. You had a vampire in your fort last night, killed one person, nothing, and then nothing else, and he just left, do you think? Okay. I mean, it might have been a visitor. What does the messenger do? If you have extra holdings, so if you have helixes around your fort, you can request workers from the helixes using your messenger. There's a few different things the messenger does, but it's pretty high-level late-game stuff. You have an entire Z level that's 99% water? Aquifer? Question mark? That's all I'll say on that subject. That's for the best. TLDR, there's a vampire around, and we're gonna need to figure out if they're actually a vampire or not. So if you already answered this, but there's but with the game no longer exporting events and general stuff to gaming.txt, do you reckon that we'll see the same utilities like sound stuff and stuff for this version of DF, or do you reckon it's dead in the water? I don't know. I'm not the person to ask about that because that form of Dwarf Fortress modding isn't something I've ever really partaken in. You'd have to, that's a question for the KitFox Discord, I would say, and the modders room. The people who actively work on that stuff. So what I would recommend is go type an !DF in the chat and join the KitFox Discord and go ask them, because they're the people that will like actually be able to give you a clear answer on that, because I don't know. I never liked SoundSense. I especially like the sound packs that came with it. The music was great, but like the sounds that it included were just cheesy, and I never liked them, so I just kind of didn't bother. Yeah, I found it distracting and unpleasant to listen to. If they die, they're innocent. Yeah, pretty much. Well, I mean, yeah, you could just drown them. Well, I mean, no, actually, it's pretty simple with these guys. If they legendary bookkeeper, adequate observer. The wallflower in the corner of the tavern is an adequate observer. What's up, Wincewind? I too am comfy. All right, well. Booze count going up. 'Tis for the best. Gather some stuff from the surface. And we're also going to jump up here to the surface, and we're going to pasture more animals. I'm also just kind of keeping them up on the surface and kind of as I don't really care if anything happens to them currently. There we go. That's about my stray dogs. So I'm not really worrying about animal husbandry stuff right now. 220 dwarves is the population limit set in the options menu. You can turn it up in here if you have the CPU for it. If the game's still running fine, you can turn it up. By default, it's 220. Wherever that number is, it's in here somewhere. Probably flew past it. Yeah, there it is. Set population cap. 220 is the default. If your game's running fine, turn it up. Will Waffle, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Cheers. And you can literally set that number as high as you want. Like, you could just be like, 7,000 dwarves or no balls. How many frames do you have, if I can ask? Gotta be careful with those. Can that be used to constrict migrants? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, if you want a fortress that's only ever going to have, like, 25 dwarves, you can do that. And I think we're going to do a ramp up here. Goes from there all the way across. Back down through here. And this is going to be an extension to our bedrooms. Right there. For the ASCII, so you can switch between them. So that'll be out sometime in the next 2 weeks, I think. It was like the approximate statement that was being thrown around. Because for those of you who haven't seen it, or in the next few weeks, 2 weeks is maybe the wrong word to use. In the next few weeks, let me grab you an image, what it's going to look like. So currently, like, the game looks like this, right? For those of you who like ASCII, because we're building machinery, this is what Classic's going to look like. And it's just going to be a toggleable option in general settings. And once this is out and released, I will have a channel points redemption that will allow you guys to turn it on for a set amount of time. And if you don't like it, then there will be an option to pay me money to turn it off. So I'm going to be doing that. And you know what? If you don't like it, it'll be fun. It'll be a good time. God damn it. You'll learn to like it because I like ASCII, okay? Also, I did this on the wrong side. That's fine. Have I ever used Stone Sense? Yeah, it makes your game crash a lot. Not a big fan of Stone Sense. But I'm someone who kind of really likes ASCII, so I played for years and going, yeah, no, Stone Sense is useless. Don't need it. Waste of like processing power. It's really good, isn't it? Moomin, it's really good. Should they make their own Metal Gear? Ha! Metal Gear. Should have gone down with this instead of up. Yeah, actually, you know what? Screw it. We're gonna go down with this instead of up. Am I not making blocks? Keep some rock blocks. But that might cause us to. That might cause the dwarves to like randomly trip over themselves and go ring, and also scream "Psycho Mantis." Oh yeah, no. Then we'll get attacked by a rock solid snake, and we couldn't like. Funny thing is that might actually happen. Oh, we also have a mayor we have to deal with. All right, so Zas is our mayor. So we'll get these bedrooms queued up, and then we will set up our mayor. And I know exactly where the mayor's bedroom is going to be. We're going to put the mayor back here, I think. Mayor needs a slightly bigger room than your average dwarf, and it can also double as a study. Is there a way to show the biomes on the surface? No, I don't. No, there isn't, but you will learn them pretty quickly. On my new popularity. It's definitely one way to put it, yeah. It's been a wild few days. Got a guild hall request for a farmer's guild. I will leave that sitting there for a minute until we get this mayor dealt with. A brew drink from plants. I actually need to expand my farming. Isn't hard. Oh, we got dwarves dancing. Look at that. We're telling stories. It's good to see. Just bought the game, and you're thinking that this would be you 13. You just bought the game, and that this would be you 13 hours deep and several cool storytelling moments, and you just want to say thank you. Well, hell yeah, dude. Hope you're enjoying it. Or glad you're enjoying it, rather. Pumpkin dog. I like pumpkins and dogs. Thank you very much for the for that subscription. Cheers. I mean, I'll say this. You know, I've been streaming this game for a very long time now. You know, like started streaming it in 2018 and started streaming it a lot in 2019. And without like getting into the history for 1,000th time, it's like it's nice to have other people to watch and talk about this game with. Like, I used to always get so freaking excited when there was like another person streaming. It's like, oh my god, I got somebody to raid. It's like, holy shit, there's actually somebody else streaming Dwarf Fort. There was like a couple of us, and then yesterday at the end of the stream, I was able to raid a friend of mine who's the Scoundrel, and he's somebody who's been streaming Dwarf Fort for a long time, and it's just real nice to be able to, like, you know, make somebody's day. Just be like, boom! Here I have a lot of viewers. Curious about the game? You hear great things? It's a very interesting beast of a video game. But if it clicks, it's really good. Do I upload my VODs somewhere? On YouTube! YouTube.com/blindrl, because you can do that now, but, like, just ! YouTube in the chat, and I'll the link. On a YouTube channel that had 13,000 subscribers on the 5th of this month, and as of now is at 19,000 subscribers. So let's get up to the 20,000 mark. Smoothing crew, it's a very smooth crew, yes. Let's do chair down here, because this is going to be the mayor's office. So the mayor's office is going to be, or actually no, this will be the mayor's dining room. No, actually, we'll give the mayor a bedroom office combo, a home office, shall we say? So, one side down here. Nope, undo. I don't want multi. I don't want it to flow to the whole room. So that will be office, accept, and this will be given to the mayor. And we're going to do a bedroom. Again, just going to be set to paint. Accept. And this is going to be given to the mayor. Work from home mayor. Yeah, right. I mean, like, you know, we've been doing it on Earth. Dwarf can do it too. I'm sure Dwarf will be fine. We'll do that. We'll put in a cabinet and a chest. We'll give you a... we're going to jump over to military. We're going to armor stand. We're going to go over to military. We're going to do a weapon rack. What else do you need there? You need a dining room. Not quite happy with the value of it. So you know what? Here, have some statues. And I'll get caught up with chat in a second. How's the value of your bedroom and slash other room looking? It's going to take him a second. Peregrim, thanks for that Prime subscription. And, yeah, I know I'm overlapping. It's fine. Doesn't matter that much. Mayor's rooms don't need to be super valuable, so it's okay. Okay, so we do have a farmer's guild, which means we have 10 farmers in the fort. But we need to get these dwarves bedroomed up first. Is metal gen still works? What do you mean? Do you mean like as a duping method? Or like just like the act of melting stuff down? Because yes, you can still melt stuff down. Does it still, can you still dupe metal with it? I don't know. I haven't tried. Just got start with a river that has 2 other rivers going on an 18 level drop into it. Ooh. Looks awesome. or sounds awesome. You know, if there's a waterfall, you can go right behind the waterfall. And if you go into these smoothing options, and there's, especially if there's stone behind it, and if you use this, carve a gap, it'll splash back through. One of the best spots to put a tavern because you just get a free waterfall. How much more difficult is the colony management? So think about it this way. RimWorld is more of a strategy game. Dwarf Fortress is more of a god game. So you don't have any direct control over your dwarves. What's up, Korj? Been a minute. How you been? But yeah, no, it's that's kind of, I think, the easiest. There's a lot of like high level stuff that makes Dwarf Fortress a much wider and in a lot of ways deeper game. The combat is very different. Dwarf Fortress's combat is more about like preparation and training, and then just saying, "All right, boys, good luck," and less of a like player-controlled combat game, which is some people like and some people don't like. I prefer it this way. I much prefer the combat in Dwarf Fort. But they're very different games. It's hard to compare the two. I think the similarities kind of end at the level of, in Fortress mode, you build a base. And in RimWorld, you build a base. And that's where the similarities end. Kobolds can be very rare depending on your world gen parameters. They're very weak. Which is why if you see a kobold, let him steal your amulet. He deserves it. He's still alive. It's just like whenever I see a kobold manage to take over a town, it's like, you fucker, you got him. Get it. Good for you. Did I find that underground river or did I make it? I made it. It's channeled out of this upper river from this creek from the surface. It channels down through there and flows. And I do have the ability to block the flow, and we're going to be powering stuff. We're using it to power minecarts, and we're going to be powering other things. Mayhaps, Gorge. Mayhaps. Busy this month for obvious reasons. Hit me up in January. Someone's DMing me, who I know in real life, so I'm responding to them. But yeah, no, holy damn, this is an X level 4. This is a tiny-ass baby newbie fort. What do you want about? We're just getting started. All right, so we need to just get these bedrooms done. So we're going to grab bedrooms. We're going to go bedroom, multi. I mean, I have thousands of hours in this game, so for me, this is a basic fort. We're just getting started. And, like, we have this super basic bitch little minecart set up here, which just shoots this minecart up here, which is powered by rollers, which there it goes. And then it pops up, where is it? On this level? Yeah, it shoots it all the way up here and dumps them right there. So, as you can see, we have a couple rocks right there. It's very efficient. You're still upset 3 days later because one of your starting 7 war veteran and competent woodsman felled one tree and was immediately crushed by it. It happens. It happens. I have small bedrooms. Bedrooms, like, these are actually really nice bedrooms. Some players would accuse me of being too kind to my dwarves with too opulent bedrooms. So I guess it depends on your definition. So many rocks can fit in one tile. As they say in Dwarf Fortress, you can fit 1,000 dragons in one tile as long as 999 of them are lying down. And I say that kind of like as a statement, but it's completely true. Is there any real incentive? It makes them happier. People keep asking me why my dwarves are happy. The nicer the bedrooms, the happier the dwarf. The happier the dwarf, the more efficient the work. The more efficient the work, the more shit get done. The more shit get done, the more shit you can do. The more shit you can do, the more fun you can have. Literally jumped out of the wagon and died before. I mean, I've had forts like that too, man. It blows. But, you know, losing is fun. And there will be more dwarves where that one came from. Even if some of them do a very good impression of the Darwin Awards. This is meant to be fun. I mean, I think so. Welcome back, Dean. My dashboard is broken. Twitch, fix your shit. Well, that's good. I'm sure this is fine. All right. The were-sheep Tekid Ralbumrek has come. A large sheep twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow azure. Its sepia hair is patchy, and you will know why you fear the night. So, it's okay. We prepared for this. Maybe you don't, but I did. We're going to immediately pause the game. We're going to jump up to the surface and figure out where this fucker is. Although, before I do that, actually, I'm going to go back down to this layer. And we are going to make us a burrow. Shut up, tutorial. I don't need you. We're going to go over to here, all the way down to the bottom of the screen. We're going to click until I'm going to click until I find a clickable tile. Okay. I'm going to make a burrow, right? And this is where we gain carpal tunnel. So I'm going to click add dwarves to burrow. They desperately need to add a assign all button. They're not supposed to be used as defensive measures, but that's how the vast majority of the player base uses them. So, you know, they're supposed to be used for like job micromanaging, but they need to add a add all button so that my wrist doesn't kill me. All right, so we've done that. We're going to back out of this, click that button, and then... no, actually, no, I don't want to pause it. I want to unpause it. I want to leave it unpaused. All right, so now all the dwarves are going to go to this layer. Now let's figure out where this fucker's at. Where is you? So these things can only spawn on the full moon. They can only spawn on the full moon. Also, he made an artifact, apparently creator of something. He's going to eat my chicken. And that... and that. Goat. All right, so what we're going to do is now that I've given the dwarves a moment, we're going to tell them to pull the front door lever. Should hopefully lock this door before it gets inside. But it didn't. Looks like we do have a hero attempting to enter the fray, which is Lore, the carpenter, who's bleeding already. Well, that's a good sign. Lore, the carpenter, the carpenter slashes the were-sheep. The were-sheep stabs the carpenter in the right lower leg with an artifact. Ooh, you brought an artifact? What are you wearing? What? Okay, well, he's wearing blood splatter. That makes sense. Okay, there's a thing that you've got to be using an artifact. Unless he just dropped it. So he stabbed him with something. I'm not sure what. Oh, is that... oh, I had the dog selected. Duh. There it is. All right, so... covered in water. It's a silver spear. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. On the item is an image of Judgerasit, the Ghost of Winds. The bronze short sword and turkey bone. So it's got an image of a bronze short sword. Okay, so the nice thing about this is he's probably not going to bite me, buddy. Because grapplers and melee units bite, right? This guy's wielding a spear. Fun fact, I once had a were-creature run into one of my forts once, punch a dwarf in the head. That was the first thing he did. Rip the hat off the dwarf, okay? Rip and throw it. Rip the shirt off the dwarf and throw it. Rip a sock off the dwarf, beat the dwarf to death with a sock, and then ran around just whipping everybody with the sock, and didn't bite anybody. I was thinking that might happen here. Although that's a spear, so that's kind of scary. So, fingers crossed. Death by sock. Yeah, no. Fun fact, I once had a dwarf die because a sock fell on their head from our upper level, so, like... Don't fuck around with socks. All right, so many nerves have been severed. So, this dwarf has sustained injuries, but not dead. Let's pause and unpause. Many nerves have been severed. The were-sheep charges at the carpenter. The carpenter jumps away. The carpenter misses the were-sheep. Also, good thing we just built coffins. Thumbs up. The were-sheep stabs the carpenter in the right lower leg with his spear, I'm assuming, and tearing the muscle through the guinea fowl leather trousers. A sensory nerve has been torn. The carpenter falls over and says, "I have a part in this. There is no need to feel vengeful." So now a hunter is fighting with it while this dwarf crawls away. Did you sustain a bite? Got stabbed. Feel vengeful. Got stabbed. Okay. The force pulls the neck. So we're just fighting against a really strong soldier. Screw the pup. The pup will be fine. It is for the best. I mean, seems to be missing too. What else do we have? Hunter Soksul is fighting. The hunter attacks the were-sheep, but it jumps away. The were-sheep attacks the hunter, but it jumps away. When you don't have a guardian goose. No, we still have a guardian goose. It's fine. Don't worry. The goose is still alive, Buffmet. Attacks, which you know. Sokso says, "I have a part in this. There's no need to feel vengeful." Well, these two dwarves, they're pretty badass, not gonna lie. Really wish I could unpause with that menu up. All right. See, Carpenter's back in on the fight. No need to feel vengeful. Misses. The were-sheep stabs. Carpenter misses and says, "I can't just stand by." Were-sheep stabs. The guinea fowl leather trousers breaks. Oh no, his pants broke. Chad, his pants broke. Dwarf's pants broke. Her pants broke, so she now has no pants on. Well, that's good. Now the hunter is still fighting. Where she stabs him. I'm looking for bites, but it looks like it's just stabbing. I could turn the frame rate down, but I prefer to do it this way. If you guys want me to turn the frame rate down, I could just do it that way. Or she kicks the hunter. Stab, stab, stab. Probably just let this play out. Pants broke before the dwarf did? Damn right. How's my frame rate set currently? It's set to 100. 100 and then 59 for graphical frame rates so that mouse buttons are easy to click, and this is a 59 hertz monitor. Lost your shoes? Yep. We're going to have to make this dwarf a new set of shoes if they don't die. That's for certain. For certain indeed. Hunter misses the were-sheep. We just need this day to end. Okay, we got 1 dead. 2 dead. 3 dead, I think, actually. Which is actually fine. The carpenter, the hunter, and the wood burner all died. Now it's fighting with the dog. Yep. The door is locked, so it can't actually escape now. Who's it fighting with now? What's it fighting with now? Oh, hey, it's fighting with Red Mist. Red Mist, it's your chance to be a hero. Stabs the Baroness of Glavesworth in the face. Okay. The Baroness strikes the were-sheep in the lower leg. Red Mist says, "Gruesome wounds, be gone in fear." It was indeed inevitable. Red Mist is going to become Red Mist. The Baroness lost their pick, too. Full moon lasts forever. It's going up. Oh, Red Mist is dead. Now going after Meng, who's got heavy bleeding. Bits are flying off. Also dead. He's fighting with a peasant. I mean, we got more than enough dwarves, so as long as all the dwarves it fights with die, we're okay. Oh, no, okay, it's still there. F's in chat for Red Mist. Yep, we lost our Baron. Enraged at all enemies. Okay, so now go to the Weresheep. By the way, these are going to be getting custom sprites. Okay, so he is biting people now. Bit the farmer. You've been bit. Rose. Matches on firmly. Oh, hey, he bit him in the mouth. Shoutouts to our manager for biting the Weresheep in the mouth. Tearing the cheek, in fact. Hopefully that doesn't make him more effective at biting. Well done, dude. It isn't dead yet. You're down to 110 dwarves. Yeah, that'll happen, Baku. Have you been bit, though? Okay, so our manager's still good. I think that the were creature's got a speed buff. Alright, so the herbalist has been bit. You're not bleeding. You've been bit. And then there's this dwarf who's sus. Okay. It is over. The were creature is no longer a problem. If you bite a lichen, nothing happens to you. It's only if you get bit. Okay, well, Well, that's great. That's indeed great. I guess we can one by one carefully go through everything. We didn't lose that many. I know that there's at least 2 dwarves that are alive still. Also, by the way, this guy is the guy that did it, who's still enraged, so they're just going to beat him to death. Before they beat him to death, I'm just going to go check more things. Manager was okay. Let's double check. Okay. It's definitely Saturday, not Friday, but sure. Herbalist was bit, we know that. Bookbinder. Bookbinder did totally fine. This Bookbinder's 1000% a vampire, by the way. Dwarven Child. Uh-oh. Kiddo's fine, but did punch him a couple times. Shoutouts to Kiddo. Look at this. Punch the Weresheep in the upper body. Actually, like, doing damage with her left hand. Bruising the muscle and bruising the left lung. What does Machine Fort mean? It means we're going to be doing a lot with minecarts and pumps. Yeah, no, 1000% a vampire. 1000% a vampire. There's no way in hell like a normal dwarf would dodge that much with no combat skills. And that vampire. So vampires are extraordinarily strong in combat. And that dwarf is doing cool things. So we're going to need to put that vampire in a room by himself with a pick. We're going to make him into a miner. And we're going to lock him in his own space. And he's going to get some special jobs because we're a machine fort. Levers are useful in machine forts, and because he is in fact a vampire, they just need to eat people occasionally and never starve to death. So, you know who's a very, very, very good automatic doorman? The vampire. A full vampire fort? I tried to do one once. It's less fun than it sounds. It's less cool than it's. I don't think it's much better than it was before. What's the hardest difficult fort you've ever made? Dwarf Fortress isn't difficult. The hardest settings on the hardest fort, it's not difficult. Dwarf Fortress isn't a hard game. It seems hard when you're learning it, but there's enough tricks and gimmicks to be able to. Dwarf Fortress is a very contortable game. I mean, like, the hardest starts for forts are definitely like resurrecting haunted biomes that are close to a lot of enemies. But even on the hardest difficult, like on the hardest possible theoretical embark, Dwarf Fortress isn't a hard game. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've flooded the surface with lava in haunted biomes and like cleansed all the evils and, you know, had massive lava walls and shit. Like, yes, absolutely. It takes time, but you can do it. It's a matter of being careful. I mean, if you're in a resurrecting undead biome, step 1, dig straight down. Step 2, put hatch cover over top of it. Step 3, very quickly put everything underground. Step 4, lock the door. Step 5, start digging. And make sure none of your livestock die. And if they do, make sure you butcher them first, because undead skin isn't that bad. Your butcher can usually just like smack them to death. All right, let's keep going through. So Kiddo's fine. I need to go through every single dwarf who's been in this fight. Bookbinder's good. Kid's fine. Dolmas. Dolmas has been bit. Farmer Dolmas. Farmer Dolmas died. Okay, so that's good. I'm thinking that all the ones that got bit also died. Dolmas is dead. English. Aquifers aren't hard. Aquifers are tedious. There's a difference. Oh yeah, no, I mean, No Moria is a very shallow game, but definitely a good base knowledge for Dwarf Fort. I think that this Trapper's dead too. I love how my doctor died. That's funny. Well, on the bright side, we no longer have a Baron that we need to take care of. It's funny that we named him Red Mist, eh? I would... see, here's the thing. Saying that, Gantooth, Toth, I know that you've never played Dwarf Fortress because that's not how vampires work. Making it a fully vampire fort requires some tedium. And then managing them requires more tedium. And then because they're vampires, they no longer can obtain certain things that dwarves need. Vampires don't eat or drink. Dwarves get a lot of their happiness from eating and drinking, so it's much harder than it sounds. TLDR, to make dwarves into vampires intentionally, you have to make them drink vampire blood. And the only way to make them drink vampire blood is you have to make them drink vampire blood contaminated water. Meaning you have to take a vampire and you have to stab it a lot and get its blood out without killing it. There's a mod that is, oh yeah, no, Clinodev made a mod to remove all aquifers. Or you can just go into World Gen and do that. So long story short, it's way less fun than it sounds. All right, so basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to quarantine the hospital. Any dwarf that goes to the hospital is probably a were creature. Also, this naked guy is about to get his face creamed. And there he goes. So fortunately, it seems everybody... Awesome, Fostered Lol. Gotta love big waterfalls. Fortunately, it seems that everybody who got bit died, so I think. I can put that on pause, and it's time to make more tombs. Sorry if that was slow, but and you kind of got to be careful when that happens. Is it possible to have a full were creatures fort? So I don't know the answer to that question because the problem with were creatures is they do fight with each other when they turn into were creatures. And previously there was a thing where were creatures don't count as civilians, and I don't know if they do now. So the problem is if they don't count as civilians, then when everybody turns into a were creature, you instantly lose because you have no civilians left. So I don't know. I actually don't. I don't know if that works. And I don't know anybody who's tried it. So go try it and tell me. But, I mean, it spreads like fucking wildfire. It would be obnoxious, though, because they topple buildings and knock over doors and break shit. How much can you play with mechanisms? You can have powered minecarts, and that means you can do a shit ton of stuff. You can do a ton of stuff with pumps. You can pressurize water. You can pressurize lava. You can launch things with bridges. You can jump minecarts over gaps. You can do all kinds of dumb shit. Yeah, no, burrow. You'd have to abuse burrows a lot. I wouldn't want to do it. I'll say that. That sounds just too tedious. So, chat, bets on I'm wrong and a bunch of dwarves turn into were creatures in a month. So the dwarves are going to put those unfortunates away. And the Baron is going to get to make use of their tomb. Well, at least these coffins won't go unused. Dwarf Fortress is, in fact, Turing complete. Just look up Armok Invaders on YouTube. It's a fully functional, albeit really laggy, port of Space Invaders that runs in Dwarf Fortress. Why the specific shape for tombs? I don't know. I think they look nice. Doesn't matter. It's a creative game. It's kind of like Minecraft. Make thing the way you want it to look. Okay, but like why? Eh? You tell me. I didn't make it. Good spot for a stat. What, the end of it's a good spot for a statue? Yeah, I was kind of thinking that. I was like, we could go along and make statues. Dwarf Fortress. Chat, I need to take a real quickie toilet break. I will let these dwarves polish this and I'll be back in a sec. Actually, hold on. There's one thing I want to check first. Is there anybody faint and injured? Resting. All right, dwarves. I like you guys and I don't want to be mean, but we're going to... check back in a month. If you don't turn into were creatures, we'll let you out. And if you bleed to death, then oh well. And the dogs will take care of you if you do. But I'm going to pause it. So actually, no, I got to leave it on. Otherwise, though, they apparently are not injured enough to stay there. So get back in there, you shits. So you are bit right there, this person. All right, we'll deal with this in a sec. I need to go use the toilet. Back in a sec. All right, we return. Well, this one I know for a fact is where infected because they got bit in the thing. Ads are running for another 30 seconds, so I'll just wait for this to end. I know for a fact that this one is infected. It's not a, like, if they're infected, it's a, yes, they are infected, right? So we gotta work our ways through this and give this dwarf the opportunity to function properly. But we're just gonna wait for the ads to end. Like, for efficiency, do they need to be a certain size, or do the dwarves not like walking over items? I like to, so for, like, frame rate reasons, you want your hallways to be, like, too wide at minimum, if that's what you're asking. Like, what do you mean, like, efficiency-wise? Did the one that was leftmost bed leave? There were two in the bed there. Yeah, I don't know which one was in the leftmost bed. One of them was bit, which was this one. I don't know which one was the other one. But, like, one of them got stabbed a bunch and didn't get bit, so I don't know. We've got this, like, okay, actually, never mind. I did nickname both of them. Eusteth and Stinthad are both still alive, and they're both bit. So there was two in the bed, so I'm assuming it's those two. So Eusteth and Stinthad need to be dealt with, which is this dwarf and the other one. And then there's this guy. So I will resume and resume. I don't know if this guy got bit. This guy right here. So I'm going to resume construction on these two. Unless these stupid... I fucking hate these stupid dogs. There you go. Sweet. So if this guy turns into a were creature in the next full moon, we know that he did in fact get bit. And then there's the two that have the... This guy's cleaning his blood off, which they will do. The blood will also go down into the well, and then it will flow away in the river. So if you see blood in the river, that's why. Just expel them all? I kind of don't want to do that. I could, but that's the easy way out, right? That's boring, isn't it? And also, we have until the next full moon, which isn't for a little bit. So you just made a pasture and moved the animals that aren't cats or dogs to it. And, well, a yak ended up killing just above your entire... a yak ended up killing just about your entire colony? Did you do something wrong? Did you settle in an untamed wilds biome, and was the yak agitated? Because if you settled in an untamed wilds biome, that's why. How do you choose fort themes based on the environment? This one is to teach people how to do cooler shit in Dwarf Fortress. Literally, right now I'm purely choosing themes to help people learn how to, like, make minecarts and shit. But, and to do cool stuff. But, normally, it depends on what I feel like doing. Do I want to do, like, kind of an evil fort where we're the baddies? So then I'll do an evil fort where we're the baddies. Do I want to do a fort that's focused on combat? Then we do a fort that's focused on combat. Do I want to do a fort that's like, yo, we're like a traveling band of raiders and I like adventure from place to place in adventure mode? We to do that. Do I want to be like a, I don't know, man. You can no longer, what do you mean by fix? Because the fix for the pet accessible door FPS issues was simply remove the door, the option make doors pet accessible, which is a perfectly valid way to do that. You're playing as humans, it's cool because they can drink water. I mean, fair enough, play as humans. I wouldn't play as humans, but that's because they're not dwarfy. But yeah, it's very easy to make the other races playable in Dwarf Fort if you want. I like playing as goblins, though. Goblins are fun. Although playing with characters that can drink water is kind of boring. Like, it removes, like, the need for a good chunk of the crafting options in the game, which I don't care for. No, dwarves rock. Goblins troll. Yeah, for me, I don't like playing as human. Like, so, long-term Dwarf Fortress, humans, elves, and goblins are all intended to be playable. I was just saying a thing, Ersic, you know what I mean. They're all intended to be playable, selectable races, but they're supposed to all have unique mechanics that make them interesting. And they're not in there yet. So once they have more unique mechanics, I have reason to play them, which is why I like overhaul mods for Dwarf Fort. Kobold Fortress, when? There was somebody in my chat recently who was trying to learn how to play kobolds in the older versions of the game. Long story short, they can't dig, they can't craft, they can't cook, they can't talk, they can't trade. You can make clowns playable in adventure mode. I know how to do that. Which means then you can make them join forts. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a burrow. Make 2 separate burrows. These 2. And I'm going to say no and no. I don't think clowns can be vampires. It's like you can't have a were-creature vampire as an example. I could be wrong. I don't think they can. Force here alerts, they can be used that way, and I'm curious if they still work. They used to work that way, but this is my first time having to deal with a potential were-creature outbreak in this version, so I'm curious if it still works that way. They're supposed to be used for other things, but... Where's the second bit dwarf? You. There you are. Oh, did I assign you? Oh, I see. I know. I get it. I just need to lock them in our room. There's the minecart coming up. I'm just so when it comes to like, can you have a vampire wear this thing? I'm just gonna like not even bother responding to those questions anymore because you heard my response and like I know what you guys are doing. Need to lock you in a room by yourself. Yeah, they don't work the way they used to. That's a shame. All right, I'm in stockpile, sure. I think if you click them, botnut. Yeah, if you click them, they give you a list. You can scroll, click on the location. Okay, you're gonna go sleep. Perfect. Lock you in your bedroom. It's fine. You'll be fine. Don't worry about it. All right, where's the other one? Okay, so that's 1 down. 1 sorted. And I'm just going to delete those 2 burrows. And we'll come up with something to do with these 2 dwarves later. Also, yeah, I did pause the other one. We're going to go plant seeds. Also going to open the front door. Dwarf will only do assigned tasks. You just came back from the England-France World Cup game. What's going on? We're playing Dwarf Fort, and I'm trying to deal with a were creature problem. So I need to lock up certain dwarves. While I'm also making tombs for the ones that died. More rock doors. Let's just do 40. All right. This game is incredible. I mean, it's a work of art for a reason. The one that we need to follow. And I nickname them Bit when I see that they get bit in the combat logs. That's what she said, cool dog. Don't think it had Bit in the username? Yep, you are correct. I indeed locked in the wrong dwarf. Where's the other one then? All right, well. I could just expel them, but that would be dooming my own civilization. Does cave adaptation still exist? It got minored or made way less problematic not too long ago. I got a alternative option here. I do need 2 doors, though. There's no moon, which is good. We've got time. And then there's this guy who's locked in the in this bed, who's thirsty, unconscious, and injured. I'm just not going to worry about him. What's up, Blackbeard? Thanks for the Prime sub. What's the water wheel for? Future project that hasn't been completed yet. Although, where did that other bit go that I removed from all jobs? Labor. You can do tasks. D-Latch, thank you very much for that Prime sub. Back up to 1,100 subscribers. Jackaholic with the 6 months. It's good to see you. Hope you've been well. Okay, so what we're going to do, I'm going to make, I don't know, carpenter shops. 2 of them. And cutlery, fork, and purple stuff, please. Like miasma? Where the water is coming from? It's coming from the above creek. Okay, you know what? Screw it. Deconstruct this door and just deconstruct this door because we're not running out of time. I just want to get this done. This is my priority right now. Okay, so you're just going to make a bed. Workers. You, only you can do this. Make a bed, do it now. So when the dwarf shows up, we lock the door once the door's been built. Didn't get it done in time. I should have just expelled them. Oh, no, there is no cure. No. So, there's 2 in the tomb, or in the tavern. So we lock the tavern and everybody in the tavern dies. Unless they can break doors down now, which would be new. What happened? Were creature infestation. Part of the game. It's horrific. But fortunately, the dwarves were able to seal off the tavern, and those trapped inside, well, we forget about them. Yeah, I got the dwarf who was bit wrong anyway. Nobody's perfect. I'm still learning this new UI. Fortunately, we've got them locked up now, though, so we can deal with it. It's good, though. I like fun. This is fun. Noble sacrifice. Fort lives on. Now, let's just pause the game for a second and just look around. Just make sure there isn't blood anywhere else. I'll get caught up on that train in a second. Thank you very much. You guys are extremely kind. I'm curious, who's the pissed off dwarves in the fort? Roadtorch, some bard. How do you access the battle logs with the new UI? You click on this button, but if you clear it, you can't get it back. You click on the little sword and cross swords, I guess. Chat room, just for reference, in case anybody's wondering. We unlocked an emote 2 days ago because of the extraordinary generosity from everybody watching. And currently, we're at 1,153 sub points. To unlock another emote, we need 1,400. 1,400. So 1153 is the current count, and we need that many more. So you 2 dwarves. Do either of you have a pick? You're 263 years old. Oh, wow. So here's the thing, right?
This is a resource. All viewership is of the highest quality.
my subs are just busted. Here's the thing. If there's a pickaxe in here, I can give these 2 mining. And they can just go dig themselves elsewhere. You know, let's just, like, in my mind, I want these were creatures to be able to live and exist. Maybe not in this fortress permanently, but if one of them can grab a pick. Unless they're just guests. Nope, they're not guests. Gotta be a pick in here somewhere. There's no way there isn't a pick in here. Yo, I was gonna split them into their own rooms. The dormitories need doors? No. What did you miss? Were creature infestation. We got 2 were creatures in our tavern. These 2. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely, they are were creatures, 1,000%. 263 and 276. There's gotta be a pick in here somewhere, man. I could just expel both of them, but that's no fun. I have to get a pick in here. Okay, how do we get a pick in here? Well, let's keep working on these tombs because we're gonna need more of them. Do I still have a manager? Do I have anybody? Still have a mayor. Don't have him. Still have him. Okay, manager's still alive. That's good. Drop one from the ceiling. That's what I was about to do. Yeah. Okay. Manager still has access to their office, I think. Also, I need to check something. Okay, so the dwarf that was in the hospital is also a were creature. So we do have one trapped. That's good. I can't remember where I put the manager's office. Where did I put the manager's office? I think, oh yeah, up here. Okay, so we do still have the manager's office. Sweet. So... Let's make 40. We'll save the extras for later. I was kind of thinking that. So like, chat, I'm just gonna ask you guys questions. I'm gonna get these dudes a pickaxe, right? Because there's like multiple pickaxes in this stockpile right here, right? I get these dudes 2 pickaxes, and I was gonna just make them start tunneling, and then get them to wall themselves in. And then we can make them just dig down super deep and go do their own thing and somewhere in the cavern layers, and we can have 2 forts running. We can have one for those 2 dudes. They don't need seeds. So here's the thing. When you become a were creature, you stop being thirsty and you stop being hungry. And you also heal. Thank you very much for the 14 gift sub, or the 14 subscriptions, and the 200 bits, chat. Thanks for the 100 bits from Gloves, NetJam with the 100 bits, as well as Willy Woo with the tier 1 sub. Zesha the cat, thank you for the 5 gift subs. You're very kind. Vesemir, thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription for the 17 months. It's good to see you, Ves. And as well as Zasha with the tier 1 subscription, as well as Purple Stuff, please, who I think I already said thank you for, but cheers again. Did they kill each other? They didn't. So they used to. I've seen them do that before. We'll find out. We'll find out. Science. You know, science is necessary, and we must do science, I suppose. So I did build that little walkway right there, so we can just go from here. It's gonna look kind of ugly, but actually, we'll just go from this. Yeah, we'll go from over here. It's all right there, basically. Let's make this look a little better. We'll call it actually, I can use this for actual useful purposes in the future anyway. They shouldn't climb out of this. They shouldn't be able to. Needs an army when you have were creatures? Oh, that's good. Dwarf is running around in melancholy. Or was? This dwarf's upset. Trying to close things that I have the options to close. Things I don't need. Okay. I'm going to give the dwarves a temporary meeting zone over here. And connect it to my tavern so that they have a place to hang out and socialize. While we wait for this. Where do they go down to? Just like 2 more layers down and then my coffin layer. They don't go much further down. Also, I would like to get all of... So I need to get these bodies put somewhere, so we're just going to put a stockpile in here. Just so they don't sit in the hallway, you know? For corpses. Using the old Baron's... tomb for storing corpses. Ain't that beautiful? I will show you in a second once the game's done saving, but I'll show you how we drop the pick through. It's not that difficult. Werewolf militias still work? Do they? I mean, I'm not opposed to the idea. Like I'm all right with, you know, having a bunch of were creatures that live in their own chunk of the fortress that have a trap door that can be released to go fight things. Like, I'm super down to do that. That sounds fun as hell. It's just going to require some tedium initially. Disco, thanks for the 34th month. Can you get the leather of a were creature? No, because you can't butcher them. That would require some modding, I would think. Because they're still considered the sentient character that they were before. The intelligent character. And dwarves don't butcher intelligent characters by default because it goes against their default morals. All right, so that... wow, actually it shows the zones on the lower level. That's neat. So we're going to make this into a garbage dump. And I'm going to back out of that menu, and we're going to go up to the top. And I'm going to mark this copper pick for dumping. And I'm going to mark this copper pick for dumping. So they should just run over, grab these two copper picks. This dwarf here is dumping an item, so he's gonna... What a roundabout way to take. So he throws it and lands down there. See? That's one. Unforbid. Dwarf A grabs it. That one falls down. Dwarf B grabs it. And then we put a cork in it. And delete the zone.
Crypt bear.
I don't know, actually. I never thought about that, Bean. And I haven't looked at the raws, so I don't know. Genuine response, I don't know. All right, so now they can dig their little pit. You should also go grab a... Oh, no, you're attending meeting. Because he's pissed and he's attending. I might just expel this one. So that one is depressed, and because he's super depressed, he's insisting on attending meeting, which is not good. Because he won't do any other tasks until he's had a meeting with the manager. He's being a Karen. It works on any living creature. Actually, let's not do this. Let's do it at the bottom of the staircase. You, Tunk, 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 and then we'll worry about you in a minute. That or expel him. I think I might just expel him. He's socializing with the other guy. Well, come on, man. It's not blocked by something, is it? Oh. Ah, we hit the aquifer. Okay, that's fine. I'll worry about that later. There you go. All right, so that's one dealt with. We do have another one up on the surface in the old hospital. No, because I'm not a cretin. Or Sumi. All right, we're going to move up to the surface. Tombs. Gonna make burial. Individual tombs, damn right. Less tedious to set up too. Miasma is beautiful. You know, it's funny. It's like there's certain like effects in this version that I really like, and then there's some that I really hate. I don't like the way Ocean Spray looks. I think Ocean Spray looked way better in Classic. Your 4 dwarves assigned as hunters, and they are equipped with crossbows and quivers and bolts, but no one is going for 2 raccoons who are roaming through the base. Why? Because they haven't decided to. It's literally that simple. Hey, Ham, how you do? Still need to make that guild hall at some point. Yeah, actually, it's possible. Are they pets? Are they labeled as tame? Because if they're pets, you could slaughter them. Or if they're not, if they're tame, you can slaughter them. But if they're named, you can't slaughter them. Then that's like killing somebody's pet dog. They're not tame? Yeah, then they just haven't decided to. That, or they don't have ammunition, or they don't have a quiver, or they don't have a crossbow. But if they have ammunition, a quiver, and a crossbow, then it's literally just as simple as they haven't decided to. How do you register a guild hall? A few, but they say unregistered. The value has to be 2,000, so it means the value isn't high enough. They're pesky unions. They want value. Someone's gonna get a cruddy little side tomb. All right, let's do this. This ain't so bad. It's just kind of slow at this point. Happens. So hopefully this is going to change this dude's job prospects when he comes back. It's funny that this dude has a title, which is Eusteth Paddle Appears the Mortal, which is funny because he's technically immortal. Oh, dang it, there's more. Some migrants have arrived. Well, that's not good. All right, so where was Stint that? You leave. Well, it looks like the other dwarves are just killing it. Actually, this fort might die. Now they're chasing him to kill him. Which I don't blame him. I would too. Happiness? Yep. I mean, we can recover it, but I need this dwarf to get the fuck out of my fort. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Although, the question is he still... Oh, no, he's fine now. It broke his job. So he good. We can go here. We can do a different one. It's funny. People were asking earlier, are we doing a were creature fort? Might actually end up literally being able to do just that. The sad part is we may end up having to just expel every dwarf that becomes a were creature. That might be what we end up having to do. So I saw like a bunch of dwarves are dead and a lot of people were just fighting. It's like, I'm not going through that combat log again. We don't get it the first time. This kind of is what it is. We can recover from this though. We can in fact recover from this. Can you turn the whole world? Theoretically, but like, it's one of those, it's like, it's theoretically possible. Like, I mean, yeah, you'd have to do it in a pretty small world, but theoretically you could. Hit Aquifer again, which is fine. But like anything's theoretically possible if you're committed enough to the bit. What's the limits on engineering in this game? Well, minecarts and levers are Turing complete, so... I mean... that is up to you, really. I'm gonna follow you, and if you run into a room, I will lock you in there. I shouldn't have expelled this dwarf. I didn't think it would make them hostile. That's new. Number of beasts, number of titans. So like mega creatures, essentially. They both locked them in. So about the missing bedrooms. Yeah, I don't need to make more bedrooms anymore. I also lost my, I still have my original manager alive. Ooh, he's got hematite. Looks like there's some fun happening. Damn right. Expect nothing less. I have to do a bunch of expelling, is the reality. Okay, this is a problem. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna make a burrow. 54. I like how there's dead dwarves assigned to a burrow now. Let's just assign every dwarf to this burrow and turn it on. And just make them run all the way up here and hide here so we can let that dwarf leave. Because I need that dwarf to leave. If that dwarf doesn't leave, then... well... they'll become a were creature again, and I need them to leave. Like, just get out. We don't even care. Or I don't even care, rather. That or enter one of these bedrooms so I can seal you in there and then worry about you later. A frogman representative came to your fort? Hell yeah! Too bad it's not a toad. They're all running over there as they're supposed to. Once they're all there, hopefully... because this person is like realizes that the rest of the fort is hostile to them, right? So because this person realizes the rest of the fort is hostile to them, every single time they see them, they go into conflict and they just become terrified. So if we can get all of the dwarves up the stairs and waiting there, then I can hopefully just let this person leave, but they may also not make it off the map in time and they might go crazy again. We're not worrying about it. I don't even know if he's still alive, to be honest with you. Hold on a second. Haven't killed anybody. All right, let's try this again. Let's delete this burrow. Add a new burrow. We're gonna put it right here. Accept it. I was in the midst of trying to, you know, like get a justice system up, and I'm like chilling, you know, making a baron, and then were creature. It's like we did prep for this, but like not well enough apparently. So I think were creatures got buffed. They feel stronger. They seem stronger anyway. All right, so you guys go over there. All the other dwarves should just come piling down the stairs, sprint over that way. Come on, guys. Demolished your grizzly bear? Gotcha. No matter what settings you have? How good's your computer? I have a pretty good computer. Okay, you get terrified. This is going to be a fun set of problems to deal with for a little bit. You just leave. We're almost at the full moon. I really need you to leave. Is it because of the dogs? Oh yeah, probably actually. Everything that isn't in a zone, send them there. Didn't even think about it. All right, come on, you fuck. Okay. So, now that that's done, we're going to swap the zone. Remove this. Go down to here. Pull the lever. Now, hopefully, that's all of them. We'll find out in about 2 days. Oh, god damn it, you fucker. Did you not have construction? You're supposed to lock yourself in, you big dummy. At least we can let the dwarves go. Well, we'll find out in a moment. Well, they pulled the lever, so that part's good. Kronk did what Kronk's supposed to do. Spend, cancel construction. Oh, I understand why. It's because the burrow was on. I get why. I understand why. All right, so I need to take... What's the name of you? Eustace, Vampire. We'll just give you a vampire nickname. So, actually, hold on. Let's just make sure that the... Cool. Made it off the map for the other were creature. They'll come and kill us later. Their cure for it? Death. Disco, as well as Cabot Go. Thanks for the prime subs and the resub, respectively. You up here. Tekket is an incredible dude. We plan on doing stuff together in the future. We're working on secret projects. So if you like my stuff, go subscribe to Tekket because we're gonna be working together at some point soon. If you like Dwarf Fortress and Dwarf Fortress related things, go sub to Tekket. And he's much better at like the I'm a crazy person and I'm gonna sit here and count stockpiles for 10 hours person. He's much better at that stuff than me. All right, so what was I doing? Putting you out of this. We're gonna find you in here. He's in here somewhere. Oh, that probably wasn't helping, that a bunch of them just straight up aren't in here. This dwarf. I like how their image disappears when they're like no longer a member of the fort. right, so you are going to put a cork in your own living space. Apologies if this seems tedious, but like I'm still relearning mechanics too. Yep, no, I mean, I said that it would go up on the weekend. There you go, you do that, and thunk. Done. Okay, now we have access to our tavern again. Unless there's more of them, which I'm not certain of yet. We can also get these bodies hauled out of here. This is gonna be real nice for our dwarves. They're gonna love this. They're just like, oh god! Holy shit! Get the blood cleaned up, guys. Grand Tavern cleaning. Massive crime scene cleanup. All right, so because of all the bits and pieces, we need a bigger corpse stockpile. I love that the Baron's body just like straight up didn't get buried in there. Although, you know, yes, I could give it to them. Let's put anybody there. No, I mean, that's all of the bodies now. We have access to all of the bodies. So we won't be dealing with the dead. So when this rolls over to the next full moon, we find out if there's more. To Wear Sheep Special? I might give it a more ominous name. But no, I won't call it Wear Sheep Special. Come up with fort ideas? There's a section of the wiki, I think, literally called Things to Do in Dwarf Fortress that I would recommend. Something like that. Callius is the right idea. Something to do with moons, maybe? Like the bloody moon, maybe? Okay, so Toulon. So either we can get vampire... Oh boy. Hold on a second. I'm confused. There's a fourth one. Granted this, it's thigh cut. Oh, I see. No, it's them turning in a second time. I just realizing I called them vampires, not were-sheep. English the Trapper, who's this guy up here. And then the last one. Yeah, I think we've got them all trapped. Pretty sure we're good. We're good. We've got all three of them done. I mean, just killing elves to me is a boring thing to do. Like, change it up sometimes. Kill the humans sometimes, you know? Kill other dwarves sometimes. Kill goblins sometimes. Now that they're trapped, they're extraordinarily strong soldiers. But we have to get all their bits and pieces put away first. Or we have to get all these bits and pieces first. But, no, they are incredibly powerful tools. But first we need to deal with all of these bodies. Because I don't want the ghosts to become too much of a problem. I mean, they will be a problem, but... Also, yeah, I know that there's a body in there, so we need to drain the creek for the time being. We're going to pull the water off, which will drain the water enough that we can get that body out. Yeah, well, I mean, there's way more things to do in Dwarf Fortress than just kill shit. Set up fun scenarios, tell cool stories, be creative. But there's a there's a section of the wiki that's literally just called things to do in Dwarf Fortress. Just let me get. I literally just typed in where creature. Thing, or I think maybe it's challenges. Things to do. Let's see. Objectives. There is a. Okay, never mind. That's redirected from his guides, game categories. Where is it? Open-ended game. Playstyle challenges. Here you go. These are all different player-designed playstyle challenges. And like with different win conditions that are all player designated. These are all doable and completable. So if you need things to do, have fun. Up to and including killing elves and sometimes other things. There's like assassinate the king or queen, which is the French win condition. And you know, all that kind of fun stuff. You know, it's funny. Everybody's just like, how do you keep your dwarves so happy? It's like, well, I'm gonna have to fix this. Yes, also that there's no wrong way to play Dwarf Fortress. That's not totally true. Installing like problematic mods is a wrong way to play Dwarf Fortress. But aside from that, no, there's really no wrong way to play Dwarf Fortress. Just enjoy the game. Have fun. Oh, absolutely you can do that, but I wouldn't. That would be tedious as all hell. Okay, so yeah, no, people lied. Actually, hold up. Let me try this again. Okay, no, you can't. You just have to re-smooth them again once they're constructed. Okay, I gotcha. Let's get some more doors connected. What mods are problematic? Think about that for a second. That's also up to your own morals, I would say, at that point. No, Kick Drummer. It's not. The Dwarf Fortress has the meme of being this impossible, difficult, horribly complicated nightmare of a video. It's not. It never has been. I mean, it was. There's been various points in its history where it's been really hard, but that's usually due to like weird esoteric bugs. I mean, when I say problematic, I mean things like mods that let you allow you to be politically horrific would be my description of playing the game wrong. Like if you use it as be a horrible person simulator, then yeah, I would say that's playing the game wrong. But then again, that's up to your own morals at that point. What's the most epic bug I've encountered? I mean, they're not fun at the time, but they're fun to reminisce on. The whole mothers mind controlling their babies thing was pretty funny to think back on, but at the time was horrific. They're never fun at the time. How do you see? Click on the workshop, and they will cycle through it, Sanic. You know, so as somebody who streamed this game for years, right? I got pissed off for years at those stupid fucking memes. They're just like, this game's impossibly difficult. It's not. It was just ASCII, which doesn't make a game hard. It makes a game obtuse, right? Dwarf Fortress is no more difficult to learn than any strategy game. It's a far easier game mechanically to play than RimWorld even. It's not a hard game. What it is it's obtuse. And it's always been obtuse. And now suddenly it's kind of obtuse. It's not hard. It's kind of obtuse. It's a story generator. It's a game that's designed to be breakable so that you can tell the story that you want to tell. Which is why I say don't just kill the elves. do other things, you know, become the mountain home, run a faction, rebuild a faction, build 12 different fortresses for a dying faction that has one fort, and make that faction suddenly be a force to be reckoned with in the world, right? Build, I don't know, build a bridge from one part of the world to another part of the world. And this is why it's a shame that adventure mode isn't in the game too yet, because there's lots of stuff that you can do in this game that you can't actually do right now because because like the adventure mode isn't in the game yet. So it's like, it is a tell the coolest possible fantasy tale. Try and recreate something from, there was somebody who was yelling about how they were rebuilding towns from The Witcher. You know, do that. Like, what's adventure mode? So you know how everybody says that that Dwarf Fortress is like RimWorld and vice versa? Not totally true, but to a degree it's true, right? Adventure mode is like Kenshi. You see this? You see the world map? This world that's the size of New Zealand. You can play it as an open world party-based RPG in adventure mode. Dwarf Fortress is playing D&D with yourself, and the player is the DM. Which is why for years I've been so frustrated with so many people who are just like, this game's impossible. It's like, it's not. You just have to get past the barrier of the graphics previously. Well, now the graphics is no longer the barrier. So now it's is this game hard? No. It's never been hard. You can, I had a party of like 40 dudes once, and we roamed through the villages, and like, we were a massive party band, basically. We were all bards. We all had different musical instruments. And then we eventually we encountered a giant that stomped half of them to death. Like, ask Pythania. They know everything about adventure mode. Pythania, tell these nerds a few things about what you can do in adventure mode. They're an adventure mode expert. No, but like, there's tons of things that you can do in adventure mode that you can't do in fortress mode. Like, you have half of your toolbox right now. So remember that Dwarf Fortress is like a solo D&D generator. And all of the comparisons to RimWorld are doing both it and RimWorld a disservice because of how different the games are. We're going to start making these tombs smaller so I can pump them out quicker. How many miners do I have left? I still got a few. So, anyway. Adventure mode is brutal. So is Fortress mode, as shown with all this shit. But, like, would I call Dwarf Fortress hard? No. No. Why do I need so many tombs? Because we had a were creature outbreak, and I lost 30-some-odd dwarves. And it's okay. The were creatures are contained. We got this dude... And we got this dude, and we got, where's the last one? This one. Got all three of them. They're all were-sheeps. I mean, yeah, play it like having an anthill and, like, watch their little personalities grow. That's the best way to start, and you'll learn over time the things that you can do. Oh god, there's still another one. Just double check. So you're a were creature, you're a were creature. Who are you? Oh, I straight up named you, yet you're... Oh, wait, hold on a second. What? You're a were creature, yep, that's correct. You're a were creature. It's funny, I'm like going on about how this game isn't hard, and I'm just gonna like die to... Okay, well at least there's just one. What's a Necronomicon? Lets you... Next the Herbalist. The Miner. Ends the Neck. Yeah, it lets you do necromancy. Minor wretches. I'm just kind of hoping it kills all 3 of these dwarves. Vomit on the ground. It's another one. Kill the last one. There you go. Stonecutter's coming over. Getting chased. You're healthy. You haven't been bit yet. Run away, you idiots. Okay, there you are. Tired, winded. Not breathe. No wounds. How about you? Tired. Health, no wounds. Ability to stand lost, wounds. Alright, well you... I'm just going to be a bad person. Expel. 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 You're fine. Where'd our were sheep go? There you are. Nope, that's not you. Where are you? Pheasant, woodcutter, woodcutter. Where do you run off to? I didn't even unpause and I can't find him again. Oh, I see. Yeah, it is this guy, isn't it? Because I didn't nickname this one. Skills, rooms. View, health. Can't find a certain menu I'm looking for now because I can't remember what screen it's in. Well, anyway. You stop being a miner. And get out of the fort. And I'm going to make a burrow. That's just this room. And I'm going to add everybody to it. To heal injured dogs? I think you can heal them in the training zone, but unlikely. Did I not assign everybody to it? Or an animal training zone, rather. The reason I say unlikely is because it's one of those mechanics that's like half in the game, but really isn't. All right, let's see. Are we getting there? Can you elect dog mayor? Nope, but you can convict it of murder. They are pretty looking, and things that are pretty looking give a big boost to mood. Why are you in the creek? I'm very confused. Why are you in the creek? I mean, sometimes we like to be in the creek. Clearly. I mean, the problem with this is that there are 3 visitors in my fort that are all were creatures right now. So what I need to do 'Cause I do, in fact, need to do this burrows bullshit. Send them all right there. I'm all right there. This is gonna be, initially it's like, okay, if this works, no problem to recover from this. Now it's like, all right, this is getting really difficult to recover from. This is getting really difficult to recover from. Which is fine. I mean, if we lose, we lose. Also, check out these 2 different ghosts that we have. All right. You go running in, you go running in. Where are these visitors? Oh, man. You walked through that door, I could have locked him in. Welcome to that tomb. That's yours. Where's the second visitor? The doors block water. I think so. Unless that's been changed. Although at this point, I don't know what blocks water because bridges don't block water anymore. That's 1. There's 2. Oh, wait. Did I lock the front door? I think I did. Okay, yeah, front door is locked right now. That's part of the problem. All right, so let's... let them out. Don't remove it. Unlock it? Thought I hit unlock it. They're all about to turn into were creatures again. This might be it. Let's see. Do they get out? 28th. Ah! Okay, we're saving. I mean, if this fails, we just make a new fort with in the same world with a different faction and go elsewhere in the world and do it again. Wereskink Zebra and new sprites. So here's the thing. They're working on the sprites. This was actually something that Zach mentioned to me at PAX this year, which is they're working on unique sprites for every single were creature iteration, but it was one of the things that got pushed so that they could get it out this year. Welcome to Dwarf Fortress. Do it again. Damn right, losing is fun, Tackler. Oh, absolutely not. No, I mean, we will play this out to the last dwarf, dude. I will be continuing to try and fix this until the last dwarf. Although, here's the thing, right? We may be about to find out if you can have were creatures in your fort functionally. All right, so I'm going to lock this door. So we do have 2 separate quarantines. The door is open. Dwarves are getting thirsty. There are still 2 visitors on the map, but they are leaving. Look at this. This is what we want to see. Look. Okay. Leaving. Yeah, they're not slaves. They're perfectly legitimate members of the citizens of the fortress. They are simply quarantined members of the fortress. They're sick. They need our help, frankly. We can help them. We can fix them. Why are you... Grumble? Why are you there? All right. Let's find out. So if one of them's in there, let's see. I don't trust this one. What, forbidden? Nope. Attend a meeting. All right, I'm just going to assign this to whoever my mayor is. Assign this to my mayor. My mayor is getting my old baron's quarters, so I would assume so based on the way Zach was talking. And like, you know, they keep on saying they're working on the beasts. They're working on the beasts and like procedurally generated. They've talked about beasts a number of times, so I would assume the answer would be yes to that. So this is draining slowly. Slowly. Oh yeah, it's absolutely draining. All right, well, let's find out. Let's also quarantine this. Sorry, dwarves. I know this sucks. Just trying to quarantine as much of the fortress as possible. Is it possible to drain a river? It is possible to dam rivers. It's just really complicated. Also, sorry that I've been completely ignoring the chat for the past... Like, I feel like I've been doing such a good job, like, keeping up with questions and shit, and then here I'm just, like, stuck. Lady Kelpie, thanks for that 3-month subscription. Paying in advance. I like it. Cheers. All right. Let's wait until the next full moon. We're about there. We're about there, 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 about there. Come on. Anytime. All right. So we do have one. I think it's just this one. I think it's just this. I think it's just the one left. I'm very sorry, Moses. You didn't deserve this. I'm very sorry. Etur, manager. The were creature would like to see you. All right, so Zugler, Miss Mason here. Guess what? Is there a pick in here by chance? Yes, there's a pick in there. All right, guess what? You're now a miner. You too are in fact also now a miner. You are going to have a brand new toy. Did everybody else live? Is there bodies anywhere else that are new? That's never a good thing to have to say out loud. I think we're good. I think we're good. I think we're good. How deep does it need? I think it's like half full. It's like 3 of 7. Just under half full. Yes. You had ads? Did we murder things? I apologize for the ads. So there was a were creature in the last room, and it's this dwarf. They killed our manager, but that's okay. Just hit 27K on Steam. Fuck yeah, Elon posting. Fuck yeah. Also, I think, aside from the mass murder and the splatters, I think we've done it. I do, in fact, want to say, by Jove, I think we've done it. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a little diggy spot here. And I'm going to deconstruct this bed. And I'm going to tell this dwarf right here, guess what? You have a new job now. You're now a miner. They're going to go deconstruct that bed, and they're going to wall themselves into this room. Because in my headcanon, these dwarves realize what they've done. And they're being shouted at through the doors to do this. And we will do our damnedest to make them into their own. So we now have 4 dwarves that are successfully infected with warism. So, you know, actually, I'm going to change the title of the stream because the theme of this fort has just shifted. We're no longer a machine fort. Well, we're still a machine fort, but we're a were creature fort. Because, well... Where fort? What fort? I don't see no fort. Can you... You... Oh, I see. You just did... I gotta suspend this for a second. I'm giving him a bed. I'm being polite. Wear machine? Ooh. You know, I like that too. All right, we can do some pretty cool things with this. Resume construction. We need to get these bodies out of here. I respect the fact that this dwarf is cleaning up their own mess. Interested near a fine bed. Angry while killing somebody. Raged while killing somebody. All right, so let's clear all this shit. And done. All right, we'll worry about that dwarf later. And I think there's traders here to trade, who I should probably trade with. Wait, no. Yep. Okay, there is, in fact, at some point during that, traders showed up. Hey, you guys want to buy body parts? How about all of these? We'll give them to you as gifts. They'll be great. You'll love them. Hell Pyro, thank you very much for that Prime subscription. Also, just because like the number is consistently ticking up, I will do a sub count update for all of you if anybody's interested. We are at 1,157 sub points out of 1,400 for a new emote. Shells are valued at 0. That's okay. I just want them to get rid of them for me. It's totally fine that they have no value. They don't need value. I just want them gone. Welcome back, Retro Stout. What I miss? So we're now officially a Were Creature Fort. We have 4 imprisoned Were Creatures, and we got a problem, man. Rogue Cat. Cheers, friend. A broker requested. Do I have a broker? I'm assuming we don't. We don't. All right, broker. All my were-sheeps are really talented at this shit. Oh, man, it would be awkward if my mare is a were-sheep. Who's my mare? Okay, sweet. You're bringing item to depot. Okay, awesome. We can do that. Let's sell you guys rock. I was gonna say rock pots. Do I have cut gems? Not rough gems. We could cut a bunch of gems. Do that real quick. Okay, who's happy after all this? Hold on a second. This dwarf's like kind of cool. He's just like, I'm good. What's up? Why is everybody pissed? Develop sense of empathy, my ass. You'd think like the one with the developed sense of empathy would be the most enraged at all of this. If they aren't enlisted, no. Dwarves do that based on their own personal preferences. This place is great. I'm super happy right now. What the fuck, guys? Why are you guys all upset? This is like, it's fine. It's nice and quiet. Nobody here to bother you. We're not getting annoyed by anybody. This is great. This is fantastic. Apollo, thank you very much for that. Tier 1 subscription. Cheers, friend. Also, to anybody who is new here, if you didn't stumble in from the YouTube channel and haven't figured it out yet, I've streamed Dwarf Fortress for about 4.5 years. So I'm one of the few old guns still in this directory. So all of the people that are diving in temporarily because this is the new hotness, I'll still be here in 8 months. because this is my shit. I do stream other games from time to time. We streamed something else this morning. I like weird esoteric ASCII games and fun, strange indie games and good time. Yeah, true. He's happy that the manager died. Yes! Fuck authority! Or maybe he's just like chat and is just like real happy that the give water? Oh no. Oh, I know what they're trying to do. They're trying to give water to the livestock that's not outside right now because I moved them inside. All right. But yeah, I'll still be here in 6 months. We need to get a hairdresser profession. I mean, Tarn actually once talked about, wouldn't it be cool if, I mean, I think he does that a lot, but like, wouldn't it like genuinely be cool? I mean, these two dwarves can be, no. Wouldn't it genuinely be cool if we could have like a beard dresser profession? Like just a dwarf whose job it is to like fix up people's beards. And management rooms, you created an office room and a study in the same area, and they're all separated by dwarves. Did you assign them to your dwarf? I don't know what else. Well, I mean, if you've created them, like, I don't know what else there is to explain. Like, the dwarves in positions of authority need them. And that's basically it. Okay, body parts. Offer as gift. I wish I could take so much, but my... Oh, god damn it, they're too heavy. I can't offer them as gift. Okay, fine. Next time. Don't mind all the ghosts. They're fine. Okay, so we need to give them a bunch of value so that we can what's the word? So that we can get more migrants to replace these problems. I mean dwarves. About new dyes and expanding clothing. No, totally. I mean like so here, when Clino says we were just talking, he means like literally the dev team, by the way. Clino was in the early beta and has like 600 legitimate hours in this version of this game. Thank you for all the answers, by the way. The guild hall doesn't need to be what does a guild hall need to be considered furnished? It needs to hit that 2,000 value mark, which takes a little bit. You know what? Let's just let anybody trade. I actually don't care about knowing what my value is all that much. I just care about getting stuff traded. So we'll just let anybody trade. Anybody who's got free time, get up here and we'll trade. Perfect. Because I don't know how much longer they'll be here. Mid-autumn, not much longer. Cut gems. Can't give them the body parts, unfortunately. All right, let's just give them these guys as a gift. Oh, really? Are you for real? Fucking, like, a few gems is too heavy? Oh my god. A gem is too heavy. Okay, I guess I have to buy shit from you. What did you bring that's so heavy? Okay, I'll buy your barrels off of you. How's that? Okay. Okay, actually here, let's buy all their cages off of them because they've got a water buffalo in one of their cages, which is probably on a mule or something that seriously can't carry that. Let's not sell you everything. Let's take a few of these off. Give them a nice, decent profit. I will shut my camera off so you guys can see the amounts. Anvils for gems. True, yeah, we can also grab their anvil. Oh, hey, they've got a steel helm. That's kind of nice. An iron helm. That's kind of nice. Swords. It's also kind of nice. I don't have enough value. Oh, I do have enough value. That's a pretty decent trade. I have 2 anvils already, so I'm okay. Let's do that. All right, well, hey, at least it's something, right? Don't you need gems for move? Oh, I got tons, don't worry. I got tons and tons and tons of gems. We are good on the gems front. Gems is not an issue. Nah, the ghosts, on the other hand, those are an issue. Gems? It's fine. We got this. Ghosts? We need to get rid of Casper, unfortunately. All right, so we got to repasture all these animals. Let's just... We also just bought 2 new dogs. Got a llama out there already. Llama's ahead of the crowd. All right. We're about to hit Full moon once again. Actually, hold up. Let's see if I can trade. Sorry if I'm not being as helpful today. Amateur, there's a lot going on in video game. Let's sell some Clara Opals. See if I can get more picks. I did just dump 2 of my picks on them. Did I bring any picks? I'll buy the steel anvil, why not? Buy the meat, because it's cheap. Don't need the fish. We can catch that ourselves. Buy the extra plump helmets. Don't need any of that. Buy the thread. Why did I back out of all that? You know what? I'll buy the cloth and the thread, I think. Cloth, thread. A bin of cloth. Plump helmets. I don't need the end. Do that. All right, there we go. We're good. We'll get more migrants next year, and we are in a much better spot now. Someone was found dead, dehydrated? What? Oh, this person was melancholic a while ago, so that's fine. Wait, are they? Oh, shit, they're still locked in. Oops! Sorry, guys. I thought I unlocked all those doors, but apparently I didn't. Chat, you're supposed to remind me. No, it's fine. All right. You reminded me a while ago? That's fine. I definitely didn't look at chat. All right. I think, because we're on a full moon right now, nobody's dying, except for the dehydrated. Nobody's dying, so that's a good sign. I think we're in the clear, chat. 16 dwarves left? Could be worse. No, that's a bug. In regards to the, is a dwarf corpse supposed to show the coffin? No, the corpse instead of the coffin? No, it's a bug. I really hope I still have, picks around. Worst case scenario, I just have to melt some down. And make a pick. But, hold on, how many picks do I have in this fortress? Let's find out. How many picks do we have? Shut up, game. Alright, we got a bunch of picks around. It's just a matter of finding them. All right, let's just let things stabilize a little bit. Anything you kill in combat you can't butcher? Yes. Well, I mean, here's the thing. In real life, if you if you're hunting, right? And you run up to a deer, and instead of just like stabbing the deer, instead of just like shooting the deer once and killing it, you run up to it and you hack it into, and you beat it to death with a hammer, using blunt force trauma. That deer is not going to be edible. You're not going to be able to do anything with that deer because that deer is in way too many pieces for one thing. And also, okay, why is all of the, I guess because we need to put them away. It's just tenderized. It's not going to be edible. And that's the same thing with Dwarf Fortress. It's just, you're not going to be able to do anything with that. Deer stew. Okay. You eat stomach acid and then tell me that. Like, I have no interest in hunting, and I know this. Okay, most people are working on those jobs. We are no longer working on our expanded projects, dwarves, so just... Disturbed puppy, you're living up to your name right now. You can't get your hunters to hunt for some reason. They just stay in the fort and worship all day. Well, that's what they want to do. You don't get dwarves to do things. You give dwarves assigned tasks, and they do it when they feel that it is appropriate. Well, I just dealt with mine, and it requires a lot of pausing, isolation, and tedium. We got one were creature right there, one were creature down here, and one were creature down here. So, there we go. Things are getting done. Sweet. So, very carefully. Give them a verbal warning. Shout loudly at your screen. Yes, that'll definitely help. All right, so chat, since we're through this shit, I can look at you guys again. Hi, I hope you guys have been doing all right. Hey, patched 3 minutes ago. I wonder what that did. 27,000 people playing today was the peak. That's awesome. Got it. You love to see it. This game is incredible, and you've barely gone further than a year without dying or restarting. I was talking with one of my teammates on the podcast episode that we recorded on Friday, which is coming out on Sunday, and he was saying, he's just like, some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Bless the dwarves. And he was talking about how scratches don't infect, just bites. And he was talking about how he played all day and then while streaming, and then worked because, like, you know, you have to do things when you're not streaming, when you stream full time, and then played, and then while he was streaming, and then went back, and all he could think about while he was not streaming and learning Dwarf Fortress was working. And then after we were done recording the podcast, he's like, well, this is the last work thing I have to do today, and I ain't streaming tonight, so guess what I'm doing? Playing Dwarf Fortress all night. So I hope he slept, but if you're wondering who that is, that's Bloody Durango. He's one of my teammates. So go follow Bloody Drongo and help him learn, because he's learning without any assists. Also, another fun thing that me and my team are going to be doing, one of my teammates, Jess, is also learning this game and has been really enjoying it. And she's not streaming today, but on the days that she streams, we've agreed that I'm officially my team's Dwarf Fortress help hotline. So if she needs help, she's just going to call me on Discord, and we're just going to have like a live chat session where I just look at her stream and be like, all right, what the fuck's wrong? So that might be entertaining. Like, we're going to go from these big fancy crypts into much smaller crypts because the body count got way too high. So that hopefully will be a bit of fun. I get to backseat Jess live on stream when she runs into problems. Your chief medical dwarf has cleaned a workshop and keeps muttering. Oh, if he's muttering that, that means he should have everything he needs and he's good. Sounds like it's an artifact. You're going to get you've got a strange mood and you're going to get an artifact. But that's probably the name of the artifact that he's going to use. Yeah, you're already good. If you actually look in the workshop, it'll show the items that he's claimed for it. Or she's claimed for it. I don't know what your chief medical dwarf is. It's not backseating if it's requested. Yeah, totally. I mean, it's just me talking. Okay, we're up to 20 dwarves. 21. Okay, we're back up to 21 dwarves. That's good. 22. Excellent. The mayor has mandated construction of certain goods. Guy, do you have, like, lady, do you have any shame? Can you give us a minute? Make large gems. I mean, I guess I can tell you to cut gems, but, like... Oh, right. We also have this artifact spear that the first one brought. I totally forgot about that. So the first were creature from that attack brought this spear, which I will read the description of again because it's kind of neat. This is a silver spear. Our craftsmanship is of the highest quality. On the item is an image of Jugger Russet, the ghost of winds, a bronze short sword, and turkey bone. Your nobles keep dying and now nobody's qualified? I mean, it happens. Okay, so serious question. Why aren't these dwarves moving these animals outside? We're not. Let's just remove this in case that's causing problems. I mean, they should lead them up to the top, shouldn't they? Also, this dude is pissed. Here, buddy. Since you're so mad, make your place look slightly nicer. Oh, jeez. You a were creature? You haven't died yet. You're not thirsty. You're a were creature. Okay. I have an extra were creature that I didn't realize I have. I had. That's right beneath that. We should put a statue on top of that. So you see this tile right here? There's a were creature underneath there that I kind of forgot that I also had. Let's put a statue there. It's fine. It's fine. Just don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it. We'll just put a statue there and just safekeeping. Just right on the side of the statue. Do not move. What does that mean? It means that if you accept the parlay, they will leave. All right, let's do that and that. I'm going to remove my minecart route for right now so that they just go work on the things that I need them to work on and not, like, you know, filling up a minecart. Also gonna assign some extra miners because I do need them. That'll happen to Django. Stopping after watching your wonderful quick tutorials, or stopping by after you're watching your wonderful quick tutorials, they've been really helpful in translating the differences between the Steam version and what the wiki describes. Yeah, still trying to figure out how to equip a crossbow animal and check trade depot access. Yeah, I need to figure out. Like, don't worry. There's some tutorials I haven't done because I need to figure them out in this version too, right? Like I know a lot about how this game works, but I'm not like some god, right? I lost 4 pops. So the reason I lost 4 pops, and that's going to happen every full moon, and then they're gonna pop back. The reason for that is when they become were creatures, they cease being population. They cease being members of the fortress when they're were creatures. They're not considered citizens when they are were creatures. Just check out my YouTube. Thanks for the content. Thanks for watching, dude. Oh, gosh. What? There's a new Dwarf Fortress? Welcome to the year 2022 when Dwarf Fortress comes out on Steam. This isn't a new Dwarf Fortress. This is the same game. This is just an update to Dwarf Fortress that happens to give it graphics. And it's, as they said, comprehensible by normal people now, instead of just idiots like me who spent way too many years playing it. That, and that. What is Dwarf Fortress? That's a good question, Zangrath. Why don't you tell us about it? Am I playing on hard? No, I'm just playing on the normal difficulty. Hard just turns the numbers up. That's all it does. I could play on hard. I don't really see the reason to. It just turns the frequency of shit up and By that I mean it makes things realize that you're on the map sooner. There's a limited number of threats in every world, right? And to me, cranking that up, I mean, I can. I don't see the purpose. Can wearism be cured? No. Well, actually, swift thwack to the back of the head, and quick cutting of the throat will cure it. Also, chat room, be wary. Ads is about to start. Can you move furniture after it's placed? You click on it, and then you deconstruct it using this button, and then you can move it. Although careful, like if you move coffins and whatnot, then they will rip the body out. Oops. Why do I always do that? I make them, and then I cancel out instead of clicking accept. I need to break that muscle memory. Wait, no, did I? Okay, never mind. I did click. I did it right. What are you sponsored by, sponsored user? Why do you need to have so many coffins in single rooms? Because they're tombs. And they need to have a door on it to be mass selected, so it's just easier. Although dev team apparently is making a crypt variant of this. This is a new mechanic, so previously tombs were designated completely differently. But they're working on a crypt variant so that you don't need to put doors on it to multi-select them. It's actually faster to do it this way. Also, the dwarves like having personal tombs, and those that remember the dead will be happier if their past friends have personal tombs. See, like, here's this ghost. Ghost of Etur. It was 32 years old when they died. Is healthy, apparently. Is shocked reliving... Oh, that's sad. Crouchy upon being caught in the rain. Shocked upon reliving their own death. Man, imagine just, like, being a ghost and just, like, reliving their own death. Shocked at the unexpected death of somebody. Maybe you? Maybe you. Struck rock crystal. Finding more gems, though. Not all bad. Just to keep nobles happy. You need to remember that the DF wiki is out of date. It's out of date. You're reading for an older version of the game. The game's changed quite a bit. I mean, it's still the same game, and this happens every major variant update, but that hasn't happened in like 2+ years at this point. But it makes everybody happy. It doesn't just make nobles happy. Nobles will demand them, but it does in fact make everybody happier if they have a tomb. Every dwarf likes having a tomb, but most players wouldn't bother. I've gone through the trouble of making individual tombs for every single dwarf before. Yeah, it's because Farron Doom is stuck in an ad. Let's do that. Bug. Getting ads for gambling. I'm sorry, Oafs. When the wiki will be updated? Clino, when are they updating the wiki? Just like a bed, you make your dwarves tombs? Yeah, no, I mean, it keeps them happier. Everything has a use. Everything is helpful. Things are stabilizing, yes. Every single current were creature is entombed. Why is Trader unwilling? I mean, if they can't carry it. If it's too heavy, Mr. Marbles, and they can't carry it, that's the issue. You always procrastinate on sorting defense, so you get worried about a Cyclops jumping in on the fortress. Cyclopses are weak if you have a military. But, I mean, I was about to start working on defense, and then were creature showed up, so... I think what I'm going to do is once we get all the livestock outside, I'm going to put hatch covers on my main stairwell, and I'll just use that. Or actually, no, I'll use doors, because were creatures can't block doors, so... I should have assumed that there'd be were creatures everywhere, but you know, nobody's perfect, right? Am I out of doors? Yep. Oh, pfft. I don't have a manager either. All right. Mayor, you're about to get a bunch of extra jobs. I will redistribute these orders and jobs once there is... I mean, I do have a trader. I will redistribute these jobs again once there's more hands available. Right, no, I made you into the... I don't need you to be a vacant. I need you to be the broker. Mr. Trader? You want large gems, okay. We're cutting gems. That's all I can do. Can you also remove smoothing? I don't know if that actually does it. I don't know why you would want to remove smoothing, I guess is my question. Just had a werebear issue in your first fort? Yep, it happens. Doors are the best way to deal with were creature issues, because if once the doors are locked, they can't get through it. So as long as something sees it before they get into the fort and then you lock the doors, you theoretically should be fine. Also, this is another were creature if you're wondering why there's a dwarf in here with a bunch of bones and with it. Okay, we're finally getting dwarves put to rest. That's good. Okay. Labor. Work orders. Rock. Door. Well, fuck it. We'll just make 10. I don't need that many. Shit happens. Where? Yep. I hope that was entertaining, though. It was kind of fun, actually. It's been a while since I've had a proper were creature outbreak because I got so good at dealing with them in the older versions of the game. It's nice to feel threatened again. It's like gamified triage. Is there a limit? So in Dwarf Fortress, just to give you an example, you can fit 1,000 dragons into one tile as long as 999 of them are standing are lying down, and it goes exactly the same for it's exactly the same for like stones. You can fit infinite stones in a tile as long as they're just sitting there and not doing anything. It's not the best for frame rate, but it's an efficient method of storing shit. It needs enough value, so put statues in it. King fruit. Statues are the my favorite quick way of just like amping up the value of something. When making doors, does material matter? No, but it hurts your dignity if it's a shitty material, like this wooden pillar that I'm about to remove. My cook has been taken by a fey mood. It's already, like, gone. What you doing? Okay, claims a mason shop, grabs a boulder, grabs a second boulder. And then sits there perplexed. Oh, works furiously. Excellent. And the water down here is draining. Yeah, it's the different quality levels. Fostered, lol. And X's means they're degrading and falling apart. Is there not a way to, like, slaughter them from that screen anymore? Guess not. I need to slaughter some animals so that we can have some meat around. Okay. Well, that's a good omen, I would say. Dolmas, the cook, has created Nakist the Dock, a limestone crown, and offers it to the safe gate. Well, I mean, fair and doom. Did you miss the part where, like, 2/3 of my fort died twice in a row? Because I haven't been worrying about or dealing with farming or any of that shit. I mean, we have 2 bajillion food. It's just in the format of living animals still, unfortunately. The safe gate, yes, very much so. Of course. I mean, what else would it be? I mean, it's the safest of safe places. Wouldn't you want to live here? It's glorious. This is where 3,000 and it is a limestone crown. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of rectangular limestone cabochons, and this object menaces with spikes of limestone. On the item is an image of a hill titan in limestone. No, living animals are not marked as food in stock. Food in stock are cooked meals. So I've, like, here, if I go to stock and I go to prepared meals, wherever that is, P. Let's see, we've got mussel roast, we've got dog meat roast, pond turtle roast, dwarven ale roast, dwarven wine roast, pond turtle, dwarven wine roast, lots of dwarven wine roasts, prepared horse brain roast, delicious. We've got several different types of horse brain roast, actually. We've got pig heart roast. They love it. Let's see, we've got chopped pig liver. We've got horse tripe. How do you roast ale? Good question. We have chicory roast. I'm not a dwarf. I couldn't tell you. Only dwarves know those secrets. Parsnip plant roasts. We got prickleberry roast. We got split beer roast. Pecans roast. Lots of food variety. It's good. The dog roasts real quick. Don't worry about the puppy roasts either. Most of those are puppies. Certainly do not concern yourself with the puppy roasts. You know, it's got to be great sleeping in this bedroom and just knowing that, like, right next to it is, like, a were-creature that's just, like, screaming at the walls. Yeah, exactly, disturbed puppy. Exactly. If he hated, he'd get out. Well, fortunately, they don't have that ability. But no, I'm gonna let them build their own forts. I'm actually really happy that a bunch of the were creatures have picks because they can make their own forts. Basically, I'm gonna try and get them all into one area. Once I get the rest of the main fort stabilized, and like food sorted and everything, I don't have a hospital right now because there's a dude locked in it and a bunch of don't worry about it. It's fine. I need to make a new hospital. And we'll do that when we get some more dwarves. But no, we don't currently have a hospital. Don't worry about it. All right. What were we doing? A lot of things happened all at once. How populated can a fortress get? How big a computer do you has? Shinoshi, thank you for that Prime subscription. Enjoy the ad-free viewing and the dwarfy emotes. We've got a new one coming because we actually unlocked an emote the other day. And my artist is in the works of, if you've encountered amphibian men in the caverns, we are in the works of getting one of these. A lovely amphibian man. Doing what amphibian men do. Banticore, thank you for that Prime subscription. The normal setting is 220 max, actually, but you can turn that number up to as much as you want. But the game might run very, 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 very slow. Arcmaster and Lookma, no scope, thank you very much for those subscriptions. What I said about the last one, you just heard me, so I'm sure you'll figure it out. All right, dark blue shadow as well. I'm just letting them clean shit up still at this point too. Like there's a lot of stuff happening currently. Also giving them a chance to socialize a little bit and hopefully get caught in the rain. You're grouchy, uneasy after being able to pray. We need to make a temple. That's something that we need to do. Okay, I think all of the ghosts are gone. Hold on, let's actually check. Oh, there's chinchillas on the surface. That's adorable. All right, so hold up. What? Oh, this one's a visitor still. Oh, that sucks. All right, well, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna make a temple, and I need to build a temple. So we are. How about like right here? This would be a nice little spot for, at the very least, a basic temple. So there's a change that's been made to the game in this version. Previously, you could just like kind of make a anything goes temple, and that would be fine for your whole fort forever. They seem to get upset if they don't have specific gods, but we're just gonna make one of those like anything goes temples for right now, just because it's like a decent stopgap for right now, until we can get something nicer. So we're gonna have to get that set up real quick. Got Ratman keeping you out of the caverns. So I honestly, I'm not doing a cavern fort this time. We'll do cavern forts again, or a different cavern fort at a later date. That's focused on the caverns, but I really want to get like archers set up and just get them like patrolling. Udil is my mayor, to deal with them, because I think that would be fun. But yeah, they're kind of a bit of a pain. Okay, where is my mayor? What? Oh, whatever. We'll just leave it. I will just remove that as a bedroom, and we'll just leave it there, and we'll give it to somebody who needs it. How do you auto mine? Click on this little arrow, and then click auto, and then select it, but remember to deselect it. All right. Look at this dish map here, the miner. Working away. They are getting generally good recent thoughts, so we should slowly swing back in the other direction. And I'm pretty sure all of like the uber depressed dwarves, aside from this kid. Okay, one of them's a were creature. And we have this bard, Vutok, and then we have a child who's pissy beyond all reason. Let's make like let's make some toys for the kids so that they get something to do, something to play with. And chat, thank you very much for yet another hype train. You guys are way too kind. I would recommend if you want to experience and mess around with the Legends mode in a fun way, I would recommend installing the Pokemon mod. Generate a world and then read legends about it. You can like hear stories about cool legendary Pokemon. It's like you can have your own proc-gen Pokemon fan art. Pandasaurus Rex. I like that one. That's a good username. The Pokemon mod's been around for a while, which is why I say it doesn't have graphical sprites for the Pokemon though, so keep that in mind. Which is why I say just read legends. Where can you read about that? You click on the world map and you center on fort, and then you click news and rumors. And usually it'll be news and rumors about your home faction, and it's these. You can see armies moving around to different locations, taking over and attacking things. You can see where they settle. You can see locations they're going to. You can see like refugee groups getting lost and separated, all that stuff. Mr. Hash Browns, thanks for the tier 1. So, interesting stuff. There's a war going on at my home faction right now, which is what most of the rumors are about. We're going to wait for them to just finish that. How can you make your dwarf equip a better pickaxe? make sure that the pickaxe that they're currently using isn't available for them to use anymore. Forbid it. Anglonius, I think is how you say that. Thanks for the tier 1 subscription. And chat, once again, thank you for the little hype train. Appreciate you, man. But if this has been asked, that's fine. Is there a list of mods I'm using? I'm using none right now. 0. And I'm doing that specifically because like the game is still brand new. And most of the mods I'll probably end up using are just going to be UI mods if I had to guess. I'm not generally somebody who plays content mods. If I do, I will have a list, and if I do, they will be minor and just add extra races and such. No, because that shit's gross. Look, monoscope. And I have no intention of ever using that mod. All right. We're going to, but like, you know, I play the not the Pokemon mod, the Star Wars mod every May the 4th. I used to be a really big fan of the Rise of the Mushroom Kingdom mod, which is the Mushroom Kingdom Here We Come mod, which is great because you can see like horrifically overpowered Yoshis run in and rip a Toad's arm off, which is great and fun for the whole family, really. Pokemon, or not Pokemon, Nintendo would approve, I'm sure. Fantastic time. There we go. Alyssa, what up? I would like to do more, but that video took me 4 hours to record and edit, and that one was before Premium was out, so I need a day where I don't stream for 12 hours to make another one. But I want to do one on haunted biomes. I want to do another one on good variant biomes, and those ones are taking longer. The haunted biomes one is about 20% done. I have about 4 biomes recorded, but it takes a while to generate worlds with everything. I really need to just like crank up the evilness and custom world gen and get all that shit done. I'm sure Nintendo would approve. I'm sure they would. They're definitely not going to like strike down a tiles or a Nintendo themed tile set for this game. All right, so we're going to make you into a temple. Remember when they asked me to make a farmer's guild hall at the beginning of all this? Let's see what we have. The god of mountains. We have a god of wealth and trade. We have a god of minerals. We have a god of metals, fire, and volcanoes. I like that one. We have a god of jewels. A god of death and rebirth. I have a question. So there's a popular... Excellent. So there's a religion that I keep seeing reference to in the overworld when I look at other forts. Mostly people being appointed to different jobs in that religion. And it's this one, the Born Cult, the cult of death and rebirth. There's also the seat, the sect of growths of death of rebirth. Wow, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4 different religions in this faction, all worshiping the god of death and rebirth. That's kind of cool. All right, so I will make this temple to the god of death and rebirth right there. We're gonna have to give that a better temple if they request it, but and then we'll put a second one over here for just kind of generic anything goes temple. And I'm going to live life dangerously because I enjoy fun. I'm gonna place some statues in there. Once again, all these statues are just images of my faction. And we're also gonna place a little table in the middle. And a chair. Oh, never mind. Already placed it. You didn't see that Doomer button at the top of the doctors? Yeah, okay, sure. It was really good, though. Thank you. No problem, Alyssa. Nintendo ninjas are already on their way. I mean, that's probably got something to do with why that mod hasn't been updated since, like, 2014. You're just abusing your new emotes? Go nuts. Go nuts. I mean, like, I paid good money for those emotes, and my artist is very talented, so I appreciate people using them. You have dwarves delivering to a well like your tutorial, but their buckets have 0 water in them. 0 water, and the well stays at 4 of 7. I mean, are they drinking from the well? It sounds like they're drinking from the well. If they're drinking from the well, you have to make alcohol so that they stop drinking from the well. Because I'm trying to think, why else would they be emptying it? Well, actually, is it in the middle of winter? Like, is the water frozen? You have 3,333 drinks. Is it in the middle of winter, and is the water outside frozen? Get to 666. I would just disable it. Like, the well doesn't need to be full. The idea with the well is that they use it for, well, actually, what you could do is go find an area where there is water. Like, if you have like a spring or something like this, like a creek, go to it and then go to water source and select water source. Set it as a water source. Set the water specifically as a water source. Then they will prioritize that spot. So if they're going somewhere random where there isn't water for some reason, that would fix it. Oh, we're still dealing with corpses. Yeah, that's the one thing I can really think of off the top of my head. All right, since this is our farm and we're going to be farming more down here. Leader is visiting. They're probably here to steal an artifact. I wonder if this is going to hit the aquifer. It might. I'm going to go to work orders, and we're going to make a pedestal out of rock real quick. We might also need to remove this mayor if they stick around too long, because they're asking for large gems, which is annoying. Not a fan of that. Why do I make 1 room per tomb? Because the dwarves like them. Into a where fort? I mean, what fort? I don't know what fort you're talking about. Where? Fort? Where? But yeah, no. This guy's a were creature. Down here's a were creature. But, you know, we've made it. We've recovered. We're recovering. We've got 2 really pissy dwarves, and then the third one that's pissed off is a were creature. So that might go bad. But, I mean, if we can keep things, like, stable-ish, then... Also, hey, Yed. What's up, dude? Yed, have you been playing this? Are you going to play this? Yed's good people. Plays variety of video games. Go give Laddie a follow. Why do we tolerate nobility? Because they're your dwarves' therapists. And I don't say that as a joke. Their main job, the nobles, is sad dwarves go and cry on them, and it gives them a huge mood buff. Like, they're tedious, but at times, but they are beneficial. And also, having higher tiers of nobility does make things in late game more accessible and gives you access to cool tools that you wouldn't have otherwise. What do I love about Dwarf Fortress? Its ability to surprise me. Did we get that body out of here? Yes, we did. I need a clothes stockpile, so I'm just going to go up here, and we're going to make a clothing stockpile. And not only just its ability to surprise me, but its ability to surprise me and not frustrate me. Let's just make it an armor. I'm assuming it's just an armor stockpile then, because where's the... There's no clothing specific one. All right. Chat, what do you like about Dwarf Fortress? Chat asked me. Now it's your turn. What do you like about Dwarf Fortress? It hurts my brain. That's me in Factorio, I feel you. also put weapons there. Oh, I see. They're under finished goods. Interesting. Okay. So many things have been reorganized in here. It's a lot. No, don't put scepters in there. It'll fill up. Good night, Michelle. I like how many different scenarios can play out. How would you fix merchants being stuck on the map? No migrants coming for several years? Are they in your... That's a long time on, like, known bug. Are they... Are they still in the trading depot? Or have they left the trading depot? Thanks for being around to get gifted a sub, paper like. Empty bins? Certainly I could give them empty bins, but I don't want to keep these stockpiles forever, and that's not... The plan isn't, like, to keep them forever. And also, when are you talking about losing space? Look at all this. Look at all this. Got lots of space. To tame a stray leopard in a cage? Did you catch it or did you buy it, Maxi? And is it tagged as stray? Because if it's tagged as stray, it's already tame. You can just let it out. Make a pasture zone, and then you can just let it into the pasture. Okay, so now that I have a rock pedestal. You stole it from the elves? Okay, yeah, then you don't need to tame it. It's already tame. Also, that doesn't sound like stolen. That sounds like legitimate salvage to me. Legitimate salvage, just like the Rossi. God, that was a good show. All right, oh. Oh, right, duh. Oh, I literally have to type make large. Let's say. Okay, so it has to be out of a bar. Okay. How do you put an egg in a nest box? How to put egg in nest box. You put nest box in pasture zone, and then you put animal that you want to lay egg in pasture zone with nest box. Water off. Pull the lever. There it goes. In outflow. I'm using a drawbridge because it can't be toppled. But floodgates are probably better because they don't leak. Drawbridges leak. As of now, which I learned technically this morning. Because that's a new mechanic that's been added to the video game. So floodgates. Floodgates and a lever. Yes, if they eat something raw, it produces seeds. Your whole fort just died of thirst. 80 plus dwarves. Took one for the team. Someone had to try it. What would happen if we don't eat for a year? Or thirst? What would happen if we don't drink for a year and there's nowhere to drink? You know what's funny? Fun fact. RimWorld tried to add seeds for a very brief period of time. But they couldn't make it playable, so they didn't actually do it. Which is amusing to me. There is a mod for it, yeah. I just think it's funny that it was like tested like behind the scenes and then never made it into the game. Wasn't really all that fun. Yeah, but Dwarf Fortress makes it really interesting. Because Dwarf Fortress is a very different game. Certain mechanics work in this game that do not work at all, or would not work at all in other games. All right, let's... All right, another temple, and this is just going to be the generic, no specific deity. Worship whatever the fuck you wanted. Put some statues in there. Oh, I also think it's extraordinarily silly, Ultimax. But that's fine. It works for that game. What have I done wrong with this stockpile? Oh, I see the issue. Oh, yeah, okay, I get it. I don't need these, don't need these, don't need these. So down here, none. Legwear. Handwear, headwear, footwear. Guess I could put armor in there too, no, it's fine. Now they'll put the clothing in there. It's the best way to get meat. A boy pig and lady pig and wait a couple years. You've been putting bookshelves? So bookshelves are used in libraries. I mean, you could give them bookshelves. That's a perfectly valid thing, and they'll be happy to have bookshelves. They'll love it, in fact. But what I would recommend, if for dwarves, if like just like kind of like the basic but like good bed, the basic good bedroom is a chest or a coffer, or a glass box, but don't worry about that, and a cabinet made of stone or metal. Chests are they put their items in them, so they put like their if it's a kid they put their toys, if it's an adult they put their scepters and their rings and their bracelets and their maybe a mug that they like, or other things like of that sort. And then the cabinet they put their clothing in it. I wonder actually now if they put like armor and weapons on an armor stand. I don't actually know, because those apparently work now. They've never worked in my entire time playing, but they've been bugged for as long as I can remember. All right, so you... limestone block. Maxime Robb, thanks for that prime sub. Your dwarves just leave their socks in their room? They'll do that if you don't give them access to something to put their socks in. But if you give them access to something to put their socks in, then they won't just leave them in their room. They will, you know. Also, we're less than 200 subscribers on YouTube away from 20,000, which is incredible. Welcome back, Tropic. So, thank you. A military dwarf put on armor and stood in a barracks, and then another dwarf carried it to the stockpile. Put armor on an armor stand, put it in the barracks, and then they put it in the stockpile. I mean, that would, to me, would make me say, okay, then remove the stockpile. But also, yeah, okay, that's suboptimal. had to leave after the wear attack. How's the fort hanging? It is enclosed, but we lost the vast majority of our dwarves like twice. But it took some doing. It certainly took some doing. So I've got a person commenting on one of my videos saying, I've looked around but can't find an answer. When one of my dwarves drops their pickaxe, that's it. No one will pick it up, and I'll be stuck with one miner. I have 4 dwarves assigned to miners, yet no one uses the dropped pickaxe. They've got to have equipped another pickaxe. Like, there's like, questions like that. It's like, I have no idea how the hell I answer that, because it's like, that's not, the game, it's forbidden or something. It's like, I just... no idea how to answer that. Yeah, definitely save. I would actually set auto saves either annually or seasonally. Is really what you want. Either annually or seasonally, one of the two. They're still just letting them stabilize and get stuff done. That's spinning again. Meaning down here, I can set this route up again. So you add a route. Accept stone. And take from this stockpile. And kick. And we will add minecart to that. Oh, that's not good. And needs leather. How do you make leather? Is the game paused? Or did he just sit there when initially? Because, like, you should unpause the game. Because, trust me, you know, it'll make leather. Oh, actually, make a leather workshop. Oh, wait. Is he standing? Wait, did he claim a workshop or is he just standing around? I don't know if I should spoil this. But did he claim a workshop or is he just standing around? 20K subs on YouTube, not Twitch, my guy. We're at 1,128 subs on Twitch. But yeah, I would make a butcher shop, a tanner's shop, and a leatherworker's shop is what you would do. Is what I would do if you haven't. And that should make it work. Expand my farming just a little bit, even though I don't need to. Yeah, well, I mean, just look at this shit, chat. Well, first off, Jess, thank you very much for that follow, but just look at this shit. Get ready for a flashbang if you're scared of light mode. But the number of followers I've been getting is kind of bananas. Like, this is more followers than I would, like, I used to consider, like, 12 followers, like, a good day. And I used to get maybe 90 followers a month. But this shit's just insane. Like, absolutely insane. Your eyes will survive, my guy. Like, it's, I don't know how to feel about this. Like, I think I've gotten more followers in, like, the last 72 hours than I've gotten in the last 8 months. Ride the hype wave? They say that. Been doing this for 9 years. And, it took me 2 years to average above 5 viewers. So, you know. All right, we got those wooden bins done, which will probably clear a bunch of space problems. Yep, there we go. This is going to be more farming stuff later.
For everyone.
You're new here? Hello. Well, welcome. It's good to have you. We don't stream 100% Dwarf Fortress here, but we do stream a lot of Dwarf Fortress. All right, so now as things get sorted, I think we can start like working toward. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna dig through this. I'm just gonna cut out this wall here because I don't need it. Make this a nice little open area. I think that's where a lot of people have come from, yeah. What influences how many migrants you get? The amount of stuff you sell to the trade caravans. The more you sell, the more migrants you get. The less you sell, the less migrants you get. At least that's how I understand it, because these are new mechanics to the game. So I'm learning these in real time alongside of you guys. Which is also why certain things I haven't done in tutorial formats yet, because I don't have an answer. So we're going to attach those. I don't need this much power. I'm just doing it to transfer it over to this side. We're going to go to mechanics and workshops. I think I have enough gear assemblies. I don't. Let's do 40. Finding the trade depot a bit confusing. There is a tutorial on my YouTube channel on how to trade. Confuzzled. Jess, thank you very much for the 31st month. Jess is part of my stream team, chat. She's learning Dwarf Fortress, and it is somebody who I've hung out with a couple times. It's cool. You should go watch her streams. I don't know where I'm going with this. Just click on that follow button, yeah? Click on that heart. Do the thing that you've been doing for me, except go help her learn this video game. Then we'll have more people streaming it for long periods of time. Rye guy, thank you very much for that Prime sub. Cheers. Rock and stone, dude. All right, so I need... You're playing right now? God damn it. Would you look at that? That's crazy. All right, so we've got tons of water. Don't think I need to... Okay, so let's... That's not the button I wanted. We need to improve these dwarves' mood. Wooden cork. And wooden pipe section. Why are they all different colors? Different kinds of wood. I could color coordinate them if you want me to, but... Cheers. I appreciate other people who can answer questions in chat. I can't do them all. Even as much as I'd love to, I can't do them all. So the dead have come to keep you off the surface, but you've already secured a small fishing area inside of a structure, and you have the surface? Hell yeah. Good for you. Hide from the dead. They're no use. Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're going to pump from this side that way. But, so we're pumping it that way. Water this way. It's mirrored for me, so it's tricky. And then we're going to go one layer above. I'm assuming this is still mechanically the same. So I need to get to that, which we can use this old Diggums for. I'm planning on making a tutorial on announcements. I just wanted to, like, be a human for a bit last night instead of just working. So I didn't record as much stuff, but there's going to be a video soon about how to edit announcements. Is there a way to disable migration? If you go into your game options, you can, like, limit your Hiccup, sorry. If you go into your options, you can have a population cap. And if you set your population cap, then wherever it is, it's in here somewhere. If you set your population cap, then they can't exceed that number. Where is it? It's one of these, but it's in. I swear it's in here. I've probably gotten past it twice. But there's like baby cap and population cap. Yeah, there it is. Strict population cap. 220 is the default. So if you don't want to get more than like 80 migrants, just set the number to 80. You can set it to 40, 20, 10. Want just 5 dwarves, expel 2, and there you go. I mean, here's the thing, right? Learning by Dwarven Darwin Awards is also a decent way to learn, right? Like, even though experimenting is probably the best way to learn and the most efficient one, experimenting can be a lot more, too, than just, like, doing things correctly the first time, right? Right. Still not used to the way the pumps look. They look weird to me. Well, actually, no, I shouldn't do it this way. I should go one further. Doesn't leak. Duh. Thanks, Sophia. Okay, chat. Bets on if a dwarf gets stuck in there. Nope. Okay, we're good. Chat, you lose. So far. Unless this last one. See. There we go. See, chat, you lose. So this is going to pump water into this corner, right? So then we're going to go up top here. And we are going to pump water up here. But what we're going to do is I want it to not have any pressure and then go down through my tavern and then out through a drain down here. Probably just back into this creek, actually, is probably the easiest way to do this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick where we're going to go down from. So probably like right here. And from up here down to here. Down to there. Down to there, down to there. Just kind of like right there. And then there will be one dot up top here. That's the way we're going to do this. And it shouldn't flood the fort. We'll have to keep a close eye on it initially, though, in case it does. All right, then we go down here. We're just going to zip, zip. As long as we have a nice, decent-sized spot for the water to go. Okay. Although, birds are about to get themselves stuck. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to dig a ramp up right there. Just going to pop up on my wall, which I'm not super thrilled about. Okay, instead of doing it there, do it right there. No mods. And you probably shouldn't either. I recommend learning the game in a relatively vanilla state. At least don't use any crazy mods, just like small creatures and shit. Some migrants have arrived. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to go and build work. Oh, rock grates, not work grates. What? Furniture. Where'd they put grates? Are they just in... Oh, no, that's in constructibles, aren't they? Okay. Place for those to be. Trying my best, PJ. Or pie jamming. Why do I call you PJ? Trying my best. I was going to say, is that ramp down? No, it's just the ramp up that was left. Trying my best. I mean, I wouldn't be keeping the numbers high if people didn't tune in, and people tune in. But people tuned in for even the beginning of the stream. You know, I streamed a different game for an hour at the start of the stream today. And, you know, we had 250 people watching, which is still, like, you know, incredibly good for me. So I'm ecstatic. Armormala, what up? Your fort is around the same years old as yours, and you've struggled with getting more than 20 pop over that time. I have a question. How close did you settle to your faction? That's the other question I need to ask people who are having trouble getting migrants. How close have you settled to your faction? If you settle too far from your faction, they literally can't get to you. So if you're like across an ocean from your faction, they can't get to you, just as an example. Party time. They are celebrating the success of the imprisonment of the were creatures and the new migrants keeping the fort alive. All right, enough of that. God, that song's good. All right, what were we doing? Building this? You're pretty sus. It's time to party like it's 199, exactly. Stains, fairness, and pay. Holy shit, you're part of a lot of things. Vampire. It's way too easy to spot vampires. I think that's a complaint I'm starting to get. I do not like how easy it is to spot vampires. I do not like it. I don't know. Vampires should look like normal dwarves. How do you make war dogs? You select war training instead of like other forms of training. There's blood in that pasture. You make a training. Animal training zone, and then you set them as war trainable. I mean putting them here now. Actually, I don't need to pasture a cat. That's redundant. I'm just, like, not worrying about animal husbandry right now. I'm just trying to get the fort up and running still. Properly. No, so vampires don't operate the way vampires do in, like, Dracula and, like, cartoons, you know? They operate in their own weird set of rules. Rumbles. Making rock grates. Go make me those rock grates. Where are you going? Red dwarf asleep. Oh, you're gonna go pray? Okay. Have to keep an eye on that dwarf. Polar Bear, thank you very much for that. Or Saint Polar Bear, Sergeant Polar Bear. I think it's Saint Polar Bear. But ST Polar Bear, thank you very much for that Prime sub. Enjoy the ad-free viewing. Somewhat frowned upon. Yeah, that's one way to put it. Wear some things will do that, yeah. So it seems like everybody's suffering from wear chameleons to the point where, like, it feels like old school DF again. If you want to not deal with were creatures, I've set up for them now that I had an infestation. Pasture your animals outside so that the game notifies you that they're there in advance. And then set up 2 doors like this, and when they come running at you, click this and go lock door. And they shouldn't be able to get through that. HypeX4, thanks for the Prime sub. Cheers. Thank you for watching, Wacko. Up to you a lot. You're still on your second fort, 59 dwarves so far. You had a near-death event with a possessed dwarf going berserk. I mean, it comes with the territory, you know? Wait, okay, those are grates. Okay, they look weird from up here. Floor grate. Floor grate, floor grate. Does the artifact one look different? It's got circles. Huh. Seems to be that way. I'm going to make a real quickie wickies dumping zone. Garbage dump right here. And I'm going to go down here and I'm going to set all of these. Dump. We'll just run down here real quick and get them out of here. It's not bad, but it could be worse. And chat, thanks for helping other chat members with chat. You guys are heroes. I can't do everything at the same time. Doing long death on this version, you've asked me that before, I think, and if you haven't, other people have, and no, absolutely not. That was a one-off thing, and I do not see myself doing it again, although I do plan to bring it back in some format in the future. But no, I never intend to restart it. You can. Be my guest. We're going to get rid of that. Neil, how are you doing? It's good to see you. Another artifact. Soundwave, thank you very much for that Prime sub. We are going to fill this in. Maybe not right there. That's a bad spot to do that right now. Let's just wait a sec. Exclamation point long death. It's a fort that I was in and am, I guess, still technically in the process of keeping alive for 1,000 years in the older versions of this game. And we made to 400 some odd years. And we're going to bring it back at some point, but not until it's been out, until this version's been out for a bit. And it will continue to be on the older versions of the game, not this version. Except I'm going to bring it back in a different format. It's a Let's Play, basically, that I did for multiple years. And somebody activated the Add a Word Stories, which is a perfect time to run an ad. But also, if you want to add words to the Add a Word Stories room, jump into my Discord and go to the Add a Word Stories room and just add words in order. Please don't make them just a bunch of curse words, otherwise I will just simply skip them. And let's see, what do we have to read? What do we have to read? What do we have to read? Chronic intro interpretation makes extraordinary cheese for great inventory depletion is bad. Red Santa almost slipped down the latrine into a stockpile filled. Is it with lava crabs? Guys, you're supposed to write coherent sentences. Please. All caught up. So you decided Dwarf slipped into depression. He did not have a fey mood. He was just really depressed, and he's really depressed. So he might snap out of it, but probably not. Why are they just climbing over this? Come on, guys, just get these done. It is unlikely he will snap out of it. Ooh, the Dead Doctrine has many worshippers in Roadtorch and now requires a temple and a priest. Grumium! Thanks for that prime sub. Settled on the other side of the world from your faction, what can you do? Have a very small fortress. RP as an invading army? I mean, yeah, we're pretty far from our home faction too, and we're kind of doing the same thing, although if these were creatures may get to us first, but we are kind of trying to do the same thing. So, the Dead Doctrine is a religion. And speaking of the Dead Doctrine, this person's still... Rabble. All right, so you, the Dead Doctrine, are going to get a fancy room. So we have this half-built one over here, so let's finish it. Now, this is a proper temple, so they want it to be real nice. And they've asked nicely and requested it, so I will provide and will give them their nice temple. Do dwarves have babies? Yes, they have babies. Babies don't have different sprites right now, and that's in the works. It was another feature that was cut before release to get the game out on time. And the stream's chill. And the chill stream so far. Keep it up. Hell yeah. Well, I ain't going anywhere. I've been doing this for years. Right, yeah, that artifact was started, and they got the stuff ready almost immediately. Hell yeah! So you know what? I think we're gonna supply that weapon rack to this new religion here to help get the value up real quick. But this weapon rack is right here. It is called Foldestoron. This is a sandpear wood weapon rack. All craft dwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of pear wood. Well, thank you, Lady Kelpie. Thank you. The one nice thing about streaming to a crowd of like 50 to 60 for about 9 years. Well, not 9, for about 7 years, I would say. That's about average. On like a really good day, we used to get like 80 to 100, but generally we were like a 50 to 60 viewer stream. The benefit of that is I get really good at communicating with chat quickly. I think like there's some channels out there that get big really quick, and I was never one of those. So, no, it's kind of par for the course, I suppose. So, thank you. Means a lot. So we're going to build this, and then we'll get those pumps up and running, because I need to eyeball it and pay very close attention. Some kind of logs you can see why your game just crashed for no reason. Unfortunately, I don't think so. I genuinely... Does this game have crash logs? I don't think it does. I've never checked. But I would recommend... Generally, Dwarf Fortress is pretty stable and generally doesn't crash too often. But during new releases, there's usually a flurry of crashes, which is why I have seasonal saving on. I would recommend turning seasonal saving on. Not Guildhall. Temple. Temple. So the what now? It was. Now, an easy way to remember which one is the one that they want is it's going to be the one that has more than 10 worshippers. The Dead Doctrine. They worship Zephon, the god of death and rebirth. And now if we look at this, it says the value is currently around 1,000, and they want more value, so we will put doors on, which will help the value. Deserve more exposure, even from the devs. So here's the thing. I was on one of Kit Fox's streams, pre-release, and I've met with Kit Fox on multiple occasions. I flew to PAX East in 2019 specifically to pester Kit Fox and like get to know people to talk about this game. In 2019, I bust down to PAX West and got to meet Zach and Tarn the first time. As of 2020, early 2020, every 4 months, Zach and Tarn, or initially it was just Tarn, and now it's Zach and Tarn, come onto my stream and we do live Q&As. Then I met up with them again this year back at PAX West this year after they did that live panel that was streamed. I wasn't there that day. I was only at PAX for 2 days. So I bust down and we met up and I got to see a bunch of art and shit that before it was released. I knew what chinchillas and hamsters looked like before anybody else did. So personal bragging rights. And there's photo evidence of that on my YouTube channel. So I get plenty of credit from the dev. Plenty of credit. And those Q&As ain't going anywhere. I'm going to pester them to do another one in February because I want to give them a good amount of time to, you know, get shit done. Because like they gotta patch this game, not talk to some idiot like me on the internet. But no, they're good guys, and it's a pleasure to get recognized by people for cramming months and years of effort. Praying for old combat log. I just want a full screen option for the combat log. Like, even if it's just like that full screen, I just want like I want a expanded version of the combat log. We could do engraving. We certainly could do some engravings. I haven't finished building it yet, so one thing at a time, dude. And, where's the military button? There it is. I feel like I'm just, like, bragging when I talk about that, but it's all true. I mean, it's literally stuff that happened. Felt like it took so long? Well, I mean, it was announced in 2019, and they started working on it early 2020. So, like, it's a game that actually didn't take that long. I think that the difference is people knew about it, or people have been aware of Dwarf Fortress, that it makes it seem like it's taken a lot longer than it actually did. Okay, so, we need to, whoop. Hey, you need 2 chests in your bedroom. Mayor's bedroom is, where is that? This one. And then we're going to remove this, and we're going to remove this. Mayor needs a second chest. Is that your complaint? So I'll just make this into the mayor's dining room. You can have this room back. Wait, what? You're literally just saying that you don't have a dining room. Oh, whatever. Wait, hold up. Did I give you 2 dining rooms? Is that what happened? Oh, that's a study. Okay, well then we should be good. Okay, so it's got enough value. So now we can recognize priesthood. Although I just want citizens of long-term residence. Estimates DF has sold 522,000 copies. I mean, it's been at the top. It's still at the top of Steam. Yeah, I don't think it's outselling Call of Duty, or at least it wasn't this morning. But it's still at the top of Steam, which I mean, considering that, yeah, no, it's still the top seller on Steam. Okay, it's being according to global top sellers, it's being outsold by FIFA and Call of Duty, but like, that's still like 100,000 copies a day. Theoretically. I mean, Probu, Slime Rancher 2 sold, it was like 300,000 copies in their first week, and they had like, yeah, they only have 14,000 reviews. And they've sold a lot more than that now. So, I mean. All right, so we need to recognize Priesthood. Click that button. The Holy Crypt. Well, that's fitting. Skilled Intimidator. Complexity-wise, DCS is in, like, Digital Combat Simulator? What? That's weird. FIFA's gonna outsell everything during a World Cup. FIFA should be illegal. It's a fucking stealthy casino. But I digress. Holy crypt! I know, right, Soul Shiner? Yep, they live in in a suburb of Seattle. No, the U.S. doesn't have free healthcare. Okay. The U.S. is like like freedom bullshit healthcare. Loot box, yeah, loot box. It's a loot box. It's a loot box dispensary in a gambling addict's hole disguised as a sports game. Yes. Some new sprites for $30 and outsell FIFA. No, I don't think that's gonna happen. Not to lie, but like, I think they've done. I think they're good. I don't think they need to release Dwarf Fortress again. I think they're good. Something that Zach said at PAX, which I like to relay because I think it's interesting, is that they supposedly only needed like because I asked them like, what's the worst possible scenario? Like, what happens if like the world ends, right? And the response was like, well, we only need to sell 20,000 copies to break even. 20,000 copies per year to break even. So, at $30. So, you know. Which means I think they've broken even. They're making money. It's okay. Hope they can relax a bit. Yeah, well. No rest for the wicked, right? Still waiting for Kenshi 2. You'll get that eventually. So they're covered for like 8 years. Yeah, no, exactly. Like they're good. We're good. I don't like Sailor 2. And yeah, no, they're good. Game's fine. They won. Their hard work paid off. All right. So I think I'm gonna let this peasant, who's a skilled intimidator, be our Holy Crypt. So now dwarves can begin to gain religious titles. Actually, I think I just want to set this to member. Can I set this straight up to just members only? Only members can visit. There we go. So now the Clean Chapel of the Dead Doctrine, which is the deity of death and rebirth, is now officially open for members only. And it's a glorious little temple. And now it's time to, I think, connect our pump stack. Although before I do that, I gotta block this off so we don't have like any funny business. And by funny business, I mean like water going where it's not supposed to be. And we need to pump in the opposite direction. Yep. Soon, please. There was, okay, so there was somebody who was pre-release. It was like 2 months before release. And there was this one person who commented on one of my YouTube videos talking about some of the news. And good night, Rolf. You have a good night. And I was just like, I don't know how to respond to this one because this comment was, without outing this person or what video it was, they were literally just like, I know that the release is getting close, and I can't tell if this person was trolling or not. They might have just been like joking around. It's hard to tell sometimes. But they were just like, I know it's getting kind of close to release, but do you think it would be possible for them to implement some sort of first-person mode for adventure mode before adventure mode is out? It's like, I know it's not going to be out at launch, which means they have time to develop it further. And it would be really cool if we could have like a first-person dungeon crawler kind of style of things to that. And I was just like, looking at that comment, I'm like, I can't tell if you're fucking around and just trying to be funny and get upvotes, or if you're genuinely serious. And I'm not gonna respond to it. This is like, yeah, hobo, exactly. Let's. I don't know how to make pump stacks. Sure, yeah, absolutely. Why not? I mean, they're pretty simple. Just need alternating connectors, and the back of them powers. You can actually see the gears on the back. So the gears power the one above. So this is powered by this. So it goes, so I can power it with this water wheel, connect it to here, and it goes donk, 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 and you can just make them go as high as you want. And if they're entirely magma-safe materials, then you can pump lava with them. Yeah, just in Great Armac Vision. Yeah, no, totally. Just like get monitors to just like make our. You don't want that. Yeah, Dungeon Keeper did it. That's actually like the smart thing to say, though. It's like, yeah, no, just like Dungeon Keeper. Totally. Yeah, same thing. Well, that's how video games work, you know? Anyway, enough of me making fun of people. Okay, but like, seriously though, jokes aside, somebody make an overhaul mod for Morrowind. Although, actually, is that Elder Scrolls mod entirely Skyrim, or is there other things to it? You can't think of any game that's both first-person and turn-based. Legend of Grimrock! What? Play a video game sometime. This is underground. Yeah, I built that river. The shitty pixel vision, and I kind of love that. I never played the original Dungeon Keeper. I only ever played Dungeon Keeper 2. And I played it once at a friend's house. And then years later on, like, a modern computer, I bought it on GOG. That really turn-based, though? Actually, no. Now that you mention it, Legend of Grimrock, I think, is real-time, isn't it? But no, there are first-person dungeon crawlers like that. I haven't played Grimrock in ages. And I never finished it. But yeah, no, turn-based and first-person is, but, like, there's a lot of first-person turn-based dungeon crawlers. Like, that's a whole genre of games. How to do a zone for a cemetery. You have a graveyard with several coffins. So these are mine. You can either do individual tombs by just simply double-clicking it and then clicking accept. Or if they have doors, then you can click on multi and just click and drag. So if it's a tomb with a door in front of it, you can just drag like that. Otherwise, just individually click on them. Double-click accept. Double-click accept. Which is why I've been doing the big ones, because they're less... My game crashed. Because they are less obnoxious. Didn't it, like, just save? Havoc, thanks for the 8th month. Welcome back. Hell yeah. You know, I'm not gonna lie, that leads me to believe I should go get lunch. Is it really 4 p.m. already? God. Yes, they don't like it if their dead family members rot to death. It's a sign. So chat, I will return. We will go for probably another 2 hours when I return from lunch. I'm going to mute the game in the background, and when we return from lunch, we will finish that pump stack, get all that stuff set up, and get the sprinkler going in the tavern. I really hope that temple's still built. Anyway, we'll get caught back up to where we were. I think the game like just saved like not too long ago. But I will be back in like 10 minutes tops. I just need to go quickly eat some food. And then, not even actually, I'll be back quicker than 10 minutes. Should be like 5 minutes. But I'm going to mute the game and give you guys something to listen to while I'm gone, because I'm not a mean streamer who just like walks away and gives you an AFK screen. Old heads know what's up.
Sandwich!